the stream, I get to play my one song and my one song only, so. Oh, and I got all this automated, so woo! All right, how about that, huh? We're full Truman Show now. We are committed. Ooh. Oh yeah. Let me heat this up. And they lay me to rest. I'm down to places best. Oh, I don't have no slack. I need a longer cable. To the spirit in the sky. We're gonna go when I die. When they lay me to rest, I'm gonna go to the place that's the best. It's a look, right? I'm such a dork. You know it's so much. You better have a friend in Jesus. It's gonna take you up to the spirit in the sky. Ah, old hippie beats, you know. All right. Where are we at? No, not a lot of smoke today. It's actually pretty clear this morning. Good visibility all the way to the horizon. Chair is a chair. That's right. Chair is a chair. You know, I got a hot take for you. Rich liberals aren't cool. You should clip that. I know, I know. Excuse me. All right. Let's do this. Super query time. We underperformed yesterday, chat. I'm very disappointed in all of you. We came in at 73 average viewers. You know what torture that is for me? It's torture, man. It's fucking torture. I flipped the fucking table over. So we got to do better today, chat. We got to do better. All right, let's do better together, all of us, united, one front. Many chat, one front, one stream, one community. Oh yeah, I did some upgrades to this last night. So now everything's in this nice tidy little JSON. Even though it's not natively supported, I just constructed it manually once I kind of figured out how to do that. And I only added this one just for like readability, just for me, just for kind of checking the data here. I'm gonna prune that before I publish, but yeah, this is looking good. All right, so it's starting to weave in the tactical simulation results. We gotta go attach those. So that's gonna be trade ID to result ID. Well, it's taxim result ID to result ID to trade ID. Yeah, this table structure is dog shit. I think the idea was that a tactic might create multiple trades and across multiple instruments, and so you kind of want to be able to account for that in toto. So I think that's how we're going to structure it in our query. We're just going to go ahead and summarize it to a line item for the benefit of the learning algorithm. And then if we ever need to add more fidelity in the future, I can't imagine we would. We'll do that. But this is pretty cool. If you're not familiar with what we're doing here, we have a trading strategy discovery algorithm of some note, part of a larger toolkit, which we lovingly call Moneypenny. Let's go over to that Docker there, get her fired up. So, yeah. Problem as of late is that it's getting kind of slow. So we need to speed it up a bit. Release the bot, make the money, working on it. I'm working on it, my man. You know, you think I'm not working on it? You're watching me work on it. I'm working on it here, all right? What are you working on? What are you doing today, chat? Oh no. Oh no. Did I lose my connectivity? No, we're fine. We're good. Okay. False alarm. Everything's cool. False alarm. Okay, all right. Well, let's do this then. Hi. How are you? Okay. All right. We're getting there. Sorry, I panicked when I saw my connectivity flatline, but I think it was just a little hiccup on the Wi-Fi. Erp. That was not a hiccup on the Wi-Fi. That was a straight control W. Yeah, where's my front end here? Yeah, a little lag. Everything's cool now. I think it was just the stack coming up. All right, so where were we? Front end. Cool. So yes, we have this trading strategy discovery engine, which we call Moneypenny. Okay, anyhow. Hello, everyone. Yes, we're going to try to have a very productive day. So, anyhow, you'll have to forgive the chaotic chart here. So what you do is you create sort of a primordial soup, kind of a gene pool of strategy components that serve a particular trading style or asset class or both. And then it sort of discovers all possible strategies from there. It's kind of like a search engine. You give it the strategy components and all of the possible strategies emerge. This solves sort of a big problem of overfitting when it comes to designing trading strategies. Oh, sorry, I'm having some sound problems here. There we go. I just upgraded my my Stream Deck, not my Steam Deck, my Stream Deck, and it's malfunctioning already. Silly thing. Anyhow, so this graph represents the search space. The little nodes at the end are the strategies. We just need a better library. This one we just kind of picked because it was the top search result for React Force Graph. Anyhow, here's an example strategy that it discovered. As you can see, you know, you wouldn't really want to invest in this strategy. It's kind of a bad strategy. Another hiccup? Are we hiccuping? We okay? We're okay. So yeah, anyhow. Once we start adding components that generate like a lot of inputs, so the inputs is kind of like what these models are generating for the discovery algorithm. Once the inputs get into like tens of thousands, the algorithm gets really, really slow because I'm almost ashamed to admit, the rough draft of it was done in El Javarino. So it's a little clunky and brute forcey and you know, streams and maps and map reduces and stuff like that. And it's all very procedural and it's not very concurrent in any meaningful way. So anyhow, we're outsourcing a lot of that complexity to SQL. And we've actually already got all the hard stuff done. We did that yesterday. Where we can go ahead and take every signal and pre-label it with every feature, and now we're going to attach it to the resultant trades from the different tactics. So we should be able to take one SQL query and do like 90 some odd % of the legwork and just jump straight to the part where we infer strategies. It's basically doing all of the ETL for us. It's really great. It's amazing what you can do with SQL these days. So yeah, I was just going to sort of pick up where we left off with that yesterday. I did a little work off stream to get everything formatted nice and tidy into JSON so that we can just pull that right into, I think I have to refresh the thing, so that we can just pull that right into our Java program. It's really good at deserializing stuff quickly. So it should only have to deserialize a few thousand rows, and bingo bongo, we've got most of our trading strategy search results right there. We just have to run the inference algorithm. All right, so yeah, I got to finish summarizing these trades though. Boil them all down to a line item and then attach them to the signal. So signal ID, I should have a signal ID in here somewhere. Do I not? Oh, that might be bad. I have the signal label, but not the ID. Well, gosh, I didn't really put two and two together on that one. How am I going to string all this up? Okay, so I know I can boil the trades down into a line item. I know I can. Move it to CUDA? Nah, that wouldn't really help. I mean, the sequel is going to do this in like milliseconds. So it would take us months to rewrite it for CUDA, and I don't really think it would be any faster. CUDA is really good for like vector type stuff when you need to do 10 billion vector calculations in parallel. And yeah, CUDA is hard as fuck. I tried doing a distributed stochastic neighbor embedding once in TSNE. It was a huge pain in the ass. Okay, so if my taxim results, we have an ID, universe, annotator, signal label, tactic, but we don't have the ID of the signal that triggered the taxim. Yeah, problem. I'm sure we're not just dropping that, right? Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. That's an oversight. All right. Yeah, I might have to write some code on that. Let's see here. Dang it. Seems to randomly break. Some kind of ORM. My gosh. What gave you that idea, my friend? All right, so when we run a taxim result, right? Well, dang, yeah. That's a that's a heck of an oversight. Oh, I don't think we have the unique ID for that signal. Ah, right. That's like a fiction that's created when we insert it into the database. Okay. Gonna have to do a little refactor here so that we can add like an instance ID to the signal object and then pass that around. Or have some kind of signal meta object. I mean, yeah, the signal, if we're going to have a unique ID for each signal instance, it should be in the signal object. I don't know why we didn't have one already. Okay, so when we do an annotation search, our observer collects annotations. We dump those in, and that's where we generate the ID. Okay, so we need like a annotation ID, timestamp, a definition, and an instance ID. All right. That's a little bit of a hiccup, but not a tremendous pain in the butt. Let's write it up. What's up, app? What's up, Peercoin? Are you channeling the dead mouse? If we play Ghost and stuff 3 times, he'll appear to copy strike me. What's up, Gog? What is it written in? Blood, sweat, tears, Java. Yep, Java. We're doing a little bit of Python today, but with an asterisk. We're doing Python to generate SQL, and hopefully it doesn't dominate the whole stream. We just have like, well, we have to do some Java real quick because the Python that generates the SQL for the Java is blocked by some Java that we have to refactor. Life and shit. Let's see. Wait, hold on. What's that number? 31. 31, chat. Remember 31. 31, everybody. How the heck do I do that? Don't I just say number 31? They used to have that integrated. Maybe it's not in the comments. How the heck does that work? I've done it before, dang it. Hmm. Oh well. I know there's a way to do that. It's actually gonna bug the crap out of me. Ah, okay. Okay, so what? Can I not do it because it's in the doghouse? You're kidding me. Because it's under a header or something? That's what? I'm so confused. Whatever. Whatever. Don't waste time on it. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. We have a small oversight in our data set. Since we're doing everything in SQL now, we actually need the signal ID to be tagged onto the tactile simulation results for trading that particular signal with that particular tactic so that we can associate it with our newly aggregated feature flags and stuff. We've aggregated all the signals with their respective feature flags, and all that compiles down into a 203 line, 7,008 character SQL query. It's pretty hardcore. So we thought we'd add a little more complexity to it by go ahead and binding the summarized tactical simulation results for each signal. So we can basically get all of the ETL done for our trading strategy discovery algorithm in one SQL query. We just gotta do a tiny little refactor and regenerate our data set because I neglected to put the signal ID in the tax sim result table. It's kind of embarrassing, I know. I know. But before I commit to that, let me take one more look at my REST API to make sure I can't just refactor to carry that ID around somewhere. I mean, I could probably return the ID that we generate, but like, wait, okay. So when we're doing tax sim results, we pull the IDs, right? Or when we're doing tactical simulations, like we pull all the signal, yeah, but we pull them as like signal, individual signal things. So in order to get them from here to here, I'd either have to create an intermediary carrier data type. That's probably what you're gonna have to do, dude. And then you can refactor the core later. Because you really just need that ID from here to here. A new pandemic. They're just trying to get the fear going, you know. You never know what's going to get the next mass hysteria going. Drones, the bird flu, whatever. Just keep them afraid. Keep them very afraid. If they're afraid, they'll keep clicking. If they're outraged, they'll keep clicking. If they sense that there's injustice, they'll keep clicking. Don't think about what happens when you raise entire generations to constantly think these horrible things. I'm still super traumatized by lockdown and all that. I think it'll take me a lifetime to get over it. All right, let's see. Yeah, yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, we don't have to do all that refactoring. so fucking stupid. This is so fucking stupid. I'm sorry. But it's faster than refactoring the fucking core. Oh, God, it's ugly. I'm not proud of it. I'm kind of ashamed of it. I wish you weren't here to watch this. You know, I feel like this could be held against me in a future job interview. Remember that episode of Silicon Valley where they just randomly pulled up that like brute force comparison search that Richard did and just humiliated him in front of the whole office? Yeah. It's not like my total fucking nightmare or anything. Not at all. You get what do you mean I'm the only one that has that dream? You guys suck. Hmm. Yeah, you can remap the SIGTAG pair. Sure. Okay. All right. Sweet. Bruh, 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 bruh. It's not used anyway because it's got the result ID, right? Yeah. Why would we pass the signals to get tactical simulation results? What, on the off chance that they haven't been computed already? Hmm. I mean, don't get me wrong, lockdowns changed my life and that suddenly I could find work and I didn't have to like move to California. Uh, but yeah. If COVID was a fire drill for the end of the planet Earth, like for realsies, if that's a fire drill for like the real one, the one that's like 20% kill ratio, everyone's already infected, it's too late to do anything, or whatever, like a real deal crisis, or like the big one's coming, like look up, here it comes. We just proved that, we're if that was the fire drill, then we snapped out of the ambient haze halfway down the stairs, panicked, tripped, and broke our neck. That's kind of what happened collectively. We fucked that one up. We don't even have to get into the details. If that was a fire drill, we fell down the stairs and broke our neck. We do better next time. Do better next time. Next time we do a fire drill on planet Earth, Let's do better. That's the name of my new punk rock band. Fire Drill on Planet Earth. All right. Let's actually do the insert. Hey. That should do it. Let's give it a shot. Shut down the back end on the Docker. Fire this puppy up. See if we can generate a new database. Okay, so far it has not died. This is good. All right, cool. It's not running in disco mode, but it's still running pretty good. Just means that it's using the data lake instead of directly accessing, or it's using the REST API for the data lake instead of accessing it directly. But that's fine. As you can see, it doesn't take too long to process the queries. Oh, yeah. I was looking at the wrong browser. My bad. Ooh. Running a little search here. All right. Then we're going to run some trades and see if it breaks. Seems good. Yeah, all right. Produce some trades. Strat all in it. All right, cool. Now we just have to generate the rest of the data. Might take a second. I think we'll go easy on ourselves here since we've already got a lot of the hard stuff done. Like I'll spare us the daily volume profile signal, but I'll take the daily volume profile context. And let's get trading schedule, which thankfully computes like instantaneously. And yep, let's get this bad boy, which is always a delight. And I think it should still be a king of the forest situation with a big bush, but it won't take forever to run the back test because it's still only 30 trades. So if the legacy code is still knocking around fine, then it should be good. Then we should jump right back into what we were doing. We'll just copy paste the new data set, rerun the query. It should be fine. Musk is the enemy of OpenAI. What? Just give him shares. What's the big fucking deal? He put in $50 million and they fucked him. Like, there's one way out of this. Just give him the fucking shit. And that's all he wants. That's all he wants is just control. He just feels like, I got scammed. I got scammed out of $50 million. And while that's like $50 to you or me, it's like, you know, when you get scammed out of $10 by some bullshit, like, you're going to scream and rage and leave a scathing review because that's all you can do. And that's what Elon's doing right now. I do feel like it's fucked up that they can just become a for-profit corporation. But I looked into this and the legality, it makes a lot of sense. It's like, well, however much was donated to you, you now have to donate forward. So you kind of have to clear the books of all the clean money. And if you can do that, there's no reason why you can't transition to a for-profit corporation, because like all the money that you didn't pay taxes on was paid out to other charities. You basically just passed it through. So here's my question. I think there's a trade here. Follow me. Follow me. I put $100 million into a nonprofit that I start. And this nonprofit, you know, we'll get around to it. So we put it into a high yield savings account. Let's just say we earned 5%. Okay, so a year later, I've earned 5%, and the charity now has $105 million, right? Okay. Well, I'm not really feeling so charitable anymore. I think I'm going to turn this into a for-profit corporation. So since $100 million was paid into the charity, we will pay out that $100 million to another charity of mine that I've started for another thing. And the $5 million remaining, well, that wasn't paid in. So when we switch over to a for-profit corporation, we would just pay taxes on that $5 million, right? But otherwise we get to keep it, right? 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 Was that right? I'm not sure if that's right. But I feel like there's an arbitrage opportunity here to generate a lot of money tax-free and then just do a one-time repatriation on it. I don't know. Maybe I'm not seeing the bigger picture. Ah, man. So can I have a nonprofit entertainment and education company so I don't have to pay taxes on my Twitch revenue? And then transition that into a for-profit hedge fund later? And just make sure that, you know, the first year we donate approximately what I made that year on Twitch. I don't make a lot. About $200 a month. Oh, BlackRock probably increased their position just because of all of the index funds that they're running. Like, Nvidia growing so quickly became such a huge part of like the S&P or the NASDAQ or whichever, who cares? Maybe both. That all of those index funds or any funds that are tracking those indexes had to buy more and more of it. Not to mention the positions that they have were getting more and more inflated. It's kind of like the Cathie Wood syndrome, right? Like, people are always like, Kathy, why are you, if you believe in Tesla so much, why are you constantly selling it? And she's like, well, we can only have 10% of our portfolio in any one company, and Tesla keeps fucking blowing up. So we keep having to sell it off to make it no more than 10% of our portfolio every time we rebalance. This is less high quality problem to have. That's sort of a problem with rebalancing portfolios. If you don't do it wisely, then you're going to end up selling your winners and buying more of your losers. Anyhow, just waiting for that to compute. Yeah, it's almost done. Just a moment. Stand by. Do we have any signal besides the ID open? Nope. Oh, I don't want to do the context one. It takes so fucking long. This is going to be a huge push. I guess we should let it do the slow thing. It would fully recreate our data set. I kind of want to pull it in and make sure that it's what we want before I let it run for like 10 minutes. How we doing? Doing good. Nothing's crashing. Everything's moving smoothly. Yeah. Little, there's room for improvement. There's room for improvement. Okay, so it looks like we've successfully updated the database. Nothing screamed in agony. Let's take the new data set it generated and move it into our Polygon notebook and do a quick refreshio. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, because the ID changed. Okay. Ooh. You know? Palpitations. Palpitations, man. Uh, uh. Gotta start doing my cardio again. Okay, so now we have the signal UUID. All right, sweet. Excellent. Fantastic. That's all we changed, really. We added this column. So now we can string our signals to the resultant tactical simulations for different tactics. Does have the tactic, right? Yeah, okay. And then each simulation might produce multiple trades for multiple instruments. So then we can string those together via result ID. So burp burp. And yeah. Ooh. Scary. Scared me a bit. I'm gonna, I'm gonna warm up my coffee and get a little yogurt or something. That was, whew. When I saw everything blank out, I was like, oh my god, no, what now? What unholiness hath I wrought? Brought upon myself with mine own arrogance. See how fast, we're willing to go full Warhammer 40K, you know what I mean? In the grim, dark future, there is only war. Chat. Chat, how do you feel about Warhammer 40K? Is it, or is it just like whatever? Everybody seems to like that their secret level. I've been meaning to sit down and watch that. Since I stopped doing my cardio, I kind of like don't have my big block of time to watch my shows every day. And if anybody else is watching Silo, can we gossip about how fucking stale it's been this season? Oh my god, nothing is happening. What's up, Pointer? I think I did that right. It's kind of hard to test unless we have like something that generates multiple trades. I think it's just ID. Yeah. Fuck yeah. I tell you, if you have to write SQL for a living, like this is it, guys. This is the shit, man. Three D, sweet. We can drop that before we get here, right? Because once you have the signal UUID, like everything else will match up. Yeah, you want to keep the tactic class. You want to drop universe, signal, drop. Yep. Okay. Then you match up signal UUID and everything else comes along. Oh yeah, we drop signal annotator class too. Because that'll match up with the ID. Don't give me that shit. Don't give me that shit. All right. Sweet. So, okay, the signal, the tactic, the simulation ID, the capital and risk limits for the individual trade simulation, and then the summary of whatever your tactic did, however many trades it took. Sweet. I think that explains why our strategy didn't make any money. Because the winners literally only made enough to cover. We might need to double check our math. That explains it. So I was looking at these charts. I was like, man, at least one of these trades should make some money. It's like, but yeah, they we don't have a cost column, and if we did, we'd see that they're making exactly what the trade costs. So let's see, transaction costs 196.80, gross winning 97.57. Yeah, yeah, costs eat up all the winnings. That explains it. Well, the point of the strategy is to make the minimum profitable trade, so I think we just kind of miscalculated by a penny. Oops. Yeah, it's a mundane detail, man. It's a fucking rounding error. You know. It's not some mundane detail, Michael. All right. Cool. Sweet. Done. Dunsky. All right. So we didn't actually need to do the task that we wrote up. Sweet. That's awesome. It's always nice when you don't have to do as much work as you thought you did. So, Bob. Don't need to do that after all. So delete. Unblocked. It's off by one error, you know. We were close. We were only off by one. 1 penny. I mean, how much damage could 1 penny do? I've earned my snacky. Snacky time. Snacky time. All right, so sweet. So what we've done all the data prep for our discovery now in one SQL query. Let's see how big it is. It's going to be a Giga Chad query. Everybody ready? Take your bets. It's going to be at least 200 lines and at least 7,000 characters. So. Oh, it's a chunky boy. Woo! Look at all that. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, 35 is a big number. All right, let's see. Notepad. What are we working with? This puppy is 327 lines, 11,555 characters. That's a big query. Imagine if you had to write that. It'd take you months. And that's why people sleep on SQL, because they're like, they don't know what's really possible. Now it's called to optimize it. It would literally just render a picture of like, fuck you. Just a really unhappy looking man. Just all right. That's pretty cool. So that's why we stand Ibis around here. So now all we have to do is plug in the search space ID and bam, out pops like all of the pre-ETL data for our learning algorithm. That saves us like a shitload of steps, and it'll probably execute in a few milliseconds. Then we just have to run the new inference algorithm, which we need to write next. But it should be pretty simple because instead of having to do a brute force approach, it can work backwards from the ETL data and search the entire search space and not waste any compute on anything that doesn't make sense, which is pretty cool. I think the only bottleneck is going to be deserializing the query results, because it'll probably be, yeah, the number of rows that you get will be equal to the number of signals produced in your search space times, well, no, just the total number of signals, yeah, times the number of tactics, yeah, times the number of tactics. But you can have as many contexts as you want. Those will all get contained in the same amount of columns, so that's good. Pretty sweet. Chunky. Oh, so chunky. All right, so this is every signal. Right now we only have one signal model to keep it simple. The context that each signal appears in, and then all that formatted as a nice little JSON with, IDs that reference back into the database if we need it for whatever reason. And then yeah, any resultant trades will generate multiple rows, right? So you'll have the taxim ID, the class for the actual tactic that traded, the capital and risk exposure limits, and the summary of results, because it might produce multiple trades. Like, you could have a tactic that you say, all right, I'm going to give you like 10 grand or 100 grand, and you can risk 10 grand of it, and it'll sit there and take like pot shots at it for 20 minutes, in small little pieces, if the tactic wants to. We try to support anything and everything. Let's see. So, yeah. What's up, nerds? What you working on today? I saw California was on fire. That's bad. Apparently, LA is Dunsky. Triple Dunzo. Joe Verbozo, which sucks. I mean, it's a real loss to the planet Earth, let me tell you. What are we going to do without Los Angeles? However will we live? I saw this old couple in the Palisades. They're crying because their house burned down. I was like, man, that's really sad. That's really sad. He said that this is everything. I've lived here for 60 years. I was like, man, that's really sad. Wait a minute. 60 years? So you paid like 20 grand for that house. That's worth like 18.6 million now. Were you holding out for a better price? Sorry. Sorry, that's insensitive. That's insensitive. I sure hope you didn't get screwed on the insurance, buddy. But I think you'll be okay. He was like, "We're gonna rebuild. It's gonna be difficult, but we'll rebuild." I'm like, "Oh, God. If you have insurance coverage, you're fine. You'll be fine." Sucks all the memories burned up, but Uh, when you do the math on just the sheer cost of the devastation, I mean, it's gonna be in the trillions, right? Hundreds of billions easily. If each property is like $1 million, and we're talking like not whole subdivisions, like whole stretches of like infill just wiped out. It's gonna be huge. Just the sheer number of people displaced is mind-boggling, man. Mind-boggling. It's like remember the fires in Australia and like Hawaii? Feels kind of like that. It's just kind of this like quiet awfulness. What's up, F? How are things going up there, man? All right, so we got all this finished up. Now we gotta bring this baby into the disco. This should be fun. All right, so we're gonna refactor strategy discovery to use the new and improved super query. Business as usual. I mean, you can see it on the horizon, though, right? I mean, I was looking at a map and I don't really know the scale, but they were like, "Yeah, it's gonna go here, 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 San Diego." I'm like, oh fuck, oh fuck, that's got to be rough. You wouldn't know what was happening. Oh fuck. Well, it's clear skies out here in Vegas. Y'all are welcome to come crash here. Not a lot of floor space, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Oh, I got all this automated today, which is great. It's nice to have all that on tap. Ah, yeah, works great. Looks great. We got the layering. Got all the animations. Working great. I want to do a lot more motion upgrades. People like the motion. I like the motion. It makes it look pro. Yeah. I really admire how Bad Cop has everything set up. Like her stream production is amazing. Like even the little Pokemon like fish fighting mini game is adorable and fun, and it's not intrusive. Like it doesn't distract from the rest of the content, and people love to play it. People show up just to play it. Like big shout out to Bad Cop. Inspiration to us all, really. All right. This is not scope creep. This is not scope creep. It's a little scope creep. Kind of, it's a little scope creep, all right? But that's not the point. It's not the point. Okay, this should actually be really cool. See, yeah, I need motion transitions. I need to be like derp, derp, derp. No, wait, I fucked that up. Derp. Like it should bounce when we change scenes. That way, if I needed to go from like left to right, we could make that part of the scene transition to be smoother. Problem is, I've got this Stream Deck that's got like 8 buttons on it. It's hard to put everything on one. I might have to get another Stream Deck. Just get the little one that's got like 18 buttons on it. Just for all that. I do like that it forces me to have like a simple control scheme. So, you know, I have to automate as much as possible. And that sort of inspires the discovery of what the stream becomes, you know. Okay, sweet. So we got a new super query. Super query. This query is some heavy duty, highly refined shit. If this query hits the floor, the foreign exchange markets take a 3% hit, man. This is not a game. This is not a game. Okay, so now, God, it's amazing what you can do with SQL. So all you have to do is plug in your search space ID, and boom, all your ETL is done. That's it. Okay, you might have to do that in a few places. Cool. So, all right, now, how many times? One, two, three. All right, cool. I just need to know how many times it appears. Oh yeah, and we've got a handy dandy function for using reference queries. Let me go grab that. I guess it's not in here. Git query. Well, I had a handy dandy query function somewhere. Found it. Can't commit a query without DBA approval. Yeah. I put in a ticket for that, and he's scheduled a review for 4 weeks from now. But unfortunately, he's been on a bridge for like the last 2 days because of the the outage. So he went ahead and gave me unilateral authority to just go ahead and approve my own PR on this one. He says, since all the server racks are basically melting in California right now, it's like, what difference does it make? We push some bad code to the database before they fully turn to ash, right? I think he's having a rough week. Wait, what do you mean you're gonna fire him? What do you mean don't tell him? What do you mean or I'm fired too? Why would you put that on me? Fucking corporate world, man. Oh, I got the copy of the shut the fuck up letter that my employer sent me. Y'all want to read it? We'll read that later. I got a letter from my previous employer that's like, hey, friendly reminder, you are under a non-disclosure agreement with us. You should shut your fucking mouth. Like, this is signed sincerely, someone who was not the head of HR when you were there. It's like, wow, what the fuck is going on over there, guys? I need to reach out to some other former employees and be like, are y'all getting these letters? Am I the only one? Are they watching the stream? Could they go put the stream on like 10 computers in the office? That'd be great. Help me get partner while you're at it. If you're gonna destroy my life and drag me into a courtroom, help me get partner, please. Just a little something for the old AB. Okay, where were we? Okay, so we still do all this. It's the infer strategies part. Okay, so instead of pulling all this into infer strategies, it's literally just going to be like a one shot. It's actually going to be kind of cool how much this improves things. Contextualize sig tag results. Good God. Yeah, we're gonna need a special object to hold it all. Should be fun. Oh, okay, so I guess the get query file should go in there. Do we not? Do we not have a log in here? What am I doing? Rust would be better at, yeah, Rust would be better at a lot of things. It would also take us 200 times longer to write it. Uh, and it would just be unnecessary complexity. But thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Good afternoon, Mr. Bond. Do I not need to do a prepared statement because I pull it from a file? Well, apparently I should just be able to. No, that's with the data lake service, so that passes through to another thing. Okay, that's fine. All right, so now we got to process the results. How do I get Ibis to just give me the headers of a table? Bam. Now, would that be everything I need? Yeah, it would have the label, the annotator class for the signal. It would have the context stack as tidy little JSON. We don't even need that. That's just superfluous. Mm. Yeah, I think with the result IDs. Interesting. Yeah, the way that we record strategy trades might not be so clean, but it's doable. Hmm. Okay, why the schema? Why? Okay, because. Okay. Because I can just come over here and say, Claude, here's the schema. Make a record and demonstrate how to deserialize a result set directly to that, please. Thank you. And then I can eat my yogurt. I'm going to start writing that code. How do I find my strategies? Oh my God, I'm so glad you asked. We have this strategy discovery tool that we built where we can create like a gene pool of strategies, of strategy components, and then all possible strategies will emerge from that little gene pool. It's pretty cool. Pretty neat, right? Then we just kind of select the best ones. It's a little slow right now. It's actually what we're working on. It takes a few seconds to process all the data when we get past a few components. And that's annoying. We don't like how long that takes. So I used a neat trick to outsource most of the complexity, most of the ETL for this discovery process into a SQL statement. A very, very, very large SQL statement that is 327 lines, 11,555 characters long. So now we're having Claude spit out the boilerplate that we need to execute that query in production and deserialize the results. Pretty straightforward. Oh yeah, I should also tell it that the we've got some nested JSON. Should give it a sample of that. Hang on here. Hang on. Doing a thing. I should be able to control minus to collapse these like I can everywhere else in the program. Come on. You guys are slipping. Uh, let's see. All right, Claude. The active context column is nested JSON. To deserialize those into a collection as well. Here's the stop button. Thanks, Claude. I'm gonna go do, rip ski while you're working on that. Appreciate that, Claude. I tell you, these machines, they're gonna be the death of us all. I just remembered that I've totally been neglecting my YouTube chat. Oh, hey, Deep. Did I catch any of the Jimmy Carter funeral? Yeah, I particularly love the part where he rose from the dead and took a big, big wet bite out of Bill Clinton's neck. It was like, "You're next," and then the National Guard, they did what they had to do to protect the president from the president. Oh man, that was juicy though, right? All right, let me pop out this chat. Cool beans. All right. Are my projects open source? Why on earth would they be? Now, I hope that I inspire you, right? But I am trying to start a hedge fund here. Now, it's my hope that you take a look at what I'm doing and you go, "That's really cool, but I think you missed something, Algo." And then you go run with that. I hope my idea gives you a better idea and you go run with that. But if you really think that what I have here is the end all be all of algo trading, then you should really just join me. And together we can rule the galaxy. It's just faster. And, if you're like a much larger financial institution, you wouldn't bother stealing it or joining me. You'd just hire me and put me on the desk and be like, "Cute little algo kid, these guys are going to help you turn it into something. We got to port this over to futures pronto, kiddo." I'll call it Signal. What's up, OD? Haven't seen someone stream a private project? Lots of people in this category stream private projects. Lana Lux is streaming a private project that she's going to sell for commercial, benefit. Acorn is streaming her proprietary gaming site. I don't think anybody here is really working on open source stuff except for like Last Miles. Somebody feel free to correct me on that. Pretty sure that Pirate Software isn't open sourcing his game. There's this conception that like, "Oh, my edge, I have to protect my precious edge in the market." But no, because if it's so simple that anyone can do it, then it's not going to last very long. it's probably not even real. You probably just don't realize that what you found is a false positive. You should be able to write down the strategy on a napkin and hand it to somebody, and it'd be completely useless information because they have to build some piece of infrastructure or have some co-located something or another, you know. And so there's not really much to protect there, except for the code itself. Like you don't want someone to be able to copy and paste it just because that would be dangerous for them, very hazardous to their wealth. Uh, but otherwise, it's like, yeah, this is what we're doing, and feel free to take a look, and hopefully that inspires you to do something cool as well. Huh. Isn't there a way to just do a direct deserialization? Let me see here. I'm pretty sure there is. No, I guess not. Well, hold on. Yeah, I guess not. All right. 50 billion? That seems pretty low. Oh, just in the last 24 hours? Yeah. We were thinking it would be hundreds of billions, maybe even multiple trillions, just because that's just an unimaginable amount of real estate just going up. If the insurance companies had to pay out every single claim, it would be absolutely ridiculous. It would bankrupt. Yeah, it is the world's fifth largest economy. People don't realize that. It's got an economy larger than Canada. Well, Canada under Trudeau. Sorry. Sorry. It's too easy. It's too easy. Uh oh yeah, I'm sure they're bold prediction. Bold prediction. They're not even going to waste time with the homeowners. They're going to buy the whole HOA and just kick everybody out. Sorry, we own the HOA. This clause says that blah blah blah. Here's your check for like fucking the value of your smoldering ruin. 500 bucks. Sue us. Okay, bye. I guarantee it. Guarantee it. Oh, the insurance companies have been pulling out of California for a while for a myriad of reasons, but the fire risk is a big one. Yeah. I mean, would you want to be underwriting those insurance policies? Just saying. Curious if that works. What do I think of XGBoost on equity trading? Chess speaks for itself. And then just pretend I walked off dramatically. Hey man, if it gets results, you know, cool. Let's take a look. Like, are you referring to a specific white paper or experiment or tweet or YouTube video, or are you just saying like generally, what do I think about the use of neural networks to discover trading strategies? Like, could I take a neural network and just feed it a bunch of price data and say, you know, learn how to make some money? Oh yeah, no, that it doesn't work. Um, I knew this cat that put a lot of time, effort, and energy into training a neural network to straighten out the SPY, like to sort of straighten out the line, and it couldn't even keep up with the SPY's performance because of the transaction costs. Um, so that's not going to work. Now, maybe could you train a neural network how to build a portfolio? You probably wouldn't need to because there's a lot of straightforward math for that. Um, Now, let's say that you could make a strategy from a neural network. It's a black box, right? So you don't know how it works. Let's just say, by whatever circumstance, we've trained this neural network to trade the stock market. How does it work? We're not sure. How do you know it's going to keep working? We're not sure. What do you do if something goes wrong? Okay, so suddenly it stops working. What do you do? Right? That's kind of the trouble of a black box. Like, you need it to be explainable, adaptable. Like, you need to know what it's thinking. It's kind of like when a Tesla crashes into a tree. It's like, why did it do that? Well, we're not really sure. It's this really big neural network, and train it on fundamental stuff. Try it. Now, here's the thing: if you just look at fundamental data, there's already a whole school of thought for how to do fundamentals based investing, right? It's called the Fama French factors, right? And they don't work. They haven't worked for 30 years. So if like doing it the straightforward mathematical way doesn't work, are we going to train a neural network to somehow see through the chaos? The fundamental problem is that fundamentals don't predict the future. So if I got a factory and it's doing great and everything's working gangbusters and they're growing quarter over quarter over quarter over quarter, and then like the CEO drops dead or the factory blows up, like no algorithm could predict. Well, let's say the CEO drops dead. No algorithm can like predict the future as to how that's going to affect the company. That's fundamentally the problem of algorithmic trading, right? To predict the market is to predict the future. So you kind of have to abandon that hope. You have to think of it more tactically. For my school of thought, it's okay, if I can't predict the future, can I predict the performance of a trading tactic in a very, very, very specific circumstance? And stands to reason, yes. To a certain extent, yes. And I'm trying to build off of that. Ernest Chan, is it Ernest Chan has given a lot of presentations on, I think it's called his tail reaper strategy. And I think there's some neural network component to that. I'm not 100%. You'll have to go look at the lecture. But yeah, he came up with a model that looks at like 200 factors to try and predict market crashes. And it doesn't predict market crashes with perfect accuracy, but it's sort of like a butthole clinching algorithm that lets you put on some very cheap, very asymmetrical hedges. So if you're right, you will make enough money to cover your losses. And if you're wrong, you'll only lose a few pennies. Like, pennies on the dollar versus your portfolio. So you can take 3 cents on the dollar, buy this insurance policy, and if the market crashes, that insurance policy pays out basically everything that you lost. And if it doesn't, oh well, you're out like the couple of points. You'll make it back. Just don't let your butthole clinch up too many times a year. And you'll be thankful when it's right, right? So I think there's some neural network component of that. I could be mistaken. I didn't work on it. I just remember hearing a lecture about it, about how there's like 200 and something factors to it. Anyhow, yeah, so can't predict the future. Therefore, you can't teach a machine to predict the future. There's a really interesting book like that thick on this topic called Physics Envy May Be Hazardous to Your Wealth, where it talks all about it's a mistake of intellectuals to think of the market or econometrics in terms of like how we think of physics, or there's this very clean, predictable action reaction, because in the markets we're not dealing with physical forces, we're dealing with information, and information is the only thing that really moves the market. It's an infotropic organism. It moves in response to information, not necessarily physical force, which is really cool to think about. So think about that. Now, you could still use neural networks effectively to trade. I'm not sure how. But you just kind of have to think, like, what am I teaching it to do? Am I teaching it to interpret a news article? Am I teaching it to interpret a 10K or a 13D or some form that they're filing with the SEC? Gosh, if you really want to have fun, come up with like a video-based lie detector, and just go apply that to any interview with any significant figure in the company, and just be like, "Fuck, he lied. He's lying. He's lying right now." That might give you an edge. I always thought, your modern lie detector should be something a lot more like an Xbox Kinect, something that's just sitting there like high resolution scanning your face and your eyes, just looking for those little micro ticks and responses instead of like your pulse and dilation, right? Anyhow, yeah, it's a funny idea. I think there was even an episode of Billions where they joked around with that idea, where they were like doing real-time sentiment and facial expression analysis on like a CEO that was speaking during like a presentation or something. If anyone can find that clip. Anyhow. Yeah, you just gotta get creative. But don't think that you can just dump a bunch of price data into a machine learning algorithm and that it's going to predict the future. And certainly don't think, oh, well, I'll just feed it every form of technical analysis and that'll predict the future. Algo, isn't that what you're doing here? I mean, shut up. Thanks, man. I'm glad you dig it. All right, let's see if this works. I should be able to hop in here and just hit refresh. And bingo bongo. Just a sec. All right. Okay. Here. Bam. Bam. To push the button. Oh, it's breaking. Result set already requested. What? All right. Oh, did I forget to build? I think I did. Okay. Let's try this. I'm confused. What do you mean? Do I just need to rebuild? Is that all that's going on here? Yeah, just doing simple quantiles of like top gainers, top losers of the week, stuff like that. All I'm doing is one step above that, just looking for meaningful combinations and trying to get tactical with it to make, in most cases, very short-term trades. But the engine supports anything you can think of. I put a lot of thought into that. I put a lot of thought into thinking of things that I could think of so that I could think of everything I could think of. And I'm pretty sure I've thought of everything. At least everything I could think of. Result set already requested. Oh, is that because I executed the query? Yep, it is. Because I'm a silly boy. Silly boy. Let's see here. Context ID, context label, context annotator class. Yeah, you gotta do the underscores if you want auto deserialization, silly Billy. Unfortunately, comes with the territory. Bam. Zero. Oh yeah, because I forgot to add them. Derp. Thanks, Charlie. All right, sweet. Deserialization complete. All right, so this is the results of our super query. So that's sort of the big payoff, is that we can just insert our search space ID, fire the super query, and get back all the raw material like ETL'd into a form that we need to infer trading strategies from it. Now we can do that. But it's a whole new inference algorithm. Should be fun. Information coefficient? Yeah. We use something pretty similar here. We were thinking Gini coefficient. But yeah, basically, any positive information ratio is good. Like anything where it clearly has some edge baked in. Yeah. What do the ready-made graphs look like? Leo, you've read my article, right? Yeah, yeah, on X, yeah. All right, let's see here. Why did I stick with Java? Because it's cool. I don't know. Why does Primogen change languages like every minute? Because it's cool. Why did Pirate Software make Homebound in Game Maker? Yeah, man, I paid for a boot camp, man. I'm not gonna. No, no, I just Java. It's really good to start, build quickly. It's got a library for everything you can possibly imagine. It integrates with everything. Um, if you want to start small, think big, and scale quickly, Java's great. And it's performant. It's a lot more performant than people think. Most of Wall Street is written in Java, believe it or not. Very few firms are focused on ultra high speed trading. Um, yeah, I like it. The effort to productivity ratio is very favorable compared to say Rust or C or C++. Those aren't languages that you can just kind of fool around in, freestyle, play with ideas. They're not good for that. I think in the future, and maybe this is just me being an asshole, but I think in the future, more and more code, lower level code like C code and C++ type code, and even Rust code will be generated. And I don't mean by like LLMs. I mean by like we're using this Python library to generate SQL code, and that let us produce this like behemoth query that's 300 something lines and 11,000 something characters. I think that's where you're gonna be doing your lower level code in the future. You're gonna be like writing Python code that generates Rust and generates C and C++. And that's from someone who C++ and C were like my first languages. I was doing those long before Java, so I really appreciate that I don't have to do any garbage collection with Java. And if you put even a modicum of thought into optimizing around the garbage collector, you get incredibly performant code. Anyhow, I like Java. And hopefully the Java Foundation will make me a spokesperson, cut me a goddamn paycheck. I don't have to fucking suck no corporate dick no more. I can just be fucking Linus Torvalds of Java. Java! That'd be great. Yeah, Spring Boot is really powerful, and in the wrong hands, it can create an awful mess. That's why I try to avoid it. It's too easy to create a flat mudball architecture with all the auto wiring. My last job, I was working with a source space where like literally every field in every class was auto wired. Like there was no architecture. It was one giant spider's web, like a mud ball. Ooh. All right, let's see. Yeah, this is our super query. So we got that in production. And now we're getting our finished results there, and we need to write a new strategy inference algorithm that uses those results there. Sweet. So that's going to come down to our context tree builder, which produces all of the primordial strategies. You asked someone for a referral and they said yes. You mean someone is being your referral, or you are being a referral for someone, or you're hiring someone and you ask them for a referral? You ask someone for a referral for a job. I'm still confused. Oh, I get it. I get it. I misunderstood what you meant by referral. I thought you meant references. I bet. Okay. Okay. Do you want to ask intelligent questions about the job? First of all, talk past the sale. What kind of stack would I be working on at this company? Or will I be working? What kind of stack will I be working on? Just say that. Or what kind of stack are we working on? You know, that kind of language. Talk past the sale. Yeah, what kind of stack are you working on? Uh, are there any big operations in progress? Like, are y'all migrating from cloud to prem or vice versa? Like, are we right in the middle of something big right now? What 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 brought about the need for this position? Don't ask if someone was fired. Don't ask any specific scenario. Just be like, so what created the need for this position? If it's not something super obvious. Like how's business? How's business? Any exciting new clients? You probably can't talk about that, but I thought I'd ask. Just, buying questions. You want to be like, I'm sold on working here. So let's talk as if I already do. Like imagine you're already hired and it's your first day. What questions would you ask? What are we doing? What technologies are we working with? What are the iron sights right now? What are we aiming for? What about the interview process? Oh yeah, certainly. Certainly. But let that be a little bit of an afterthought. Let them bring that up. They certainly will. Oh, you wouldn't be working on their team? Oh, I misunderstood. Then yeah, get as many insights about the interview process as possible, but just seem enthusiastic and passionate about the subject matter, and you'll do well. The big thing is most definitely going to be what's the process like? We doing some rent a coder or are we doing some leak codes? We doing some hacker ranks? How many rounds? Who am I meeting with? Go ahead and find those people on LinkedIn. Collect intelligence. And it's also kind of important to get a sense if you want the job. Sometimes we're so busy trying to like people please uh, that we're not even thinking like, do I want this job? Is this like good for me? Is this the kind of place I want to work? Questions I wish I had asked myself last time. I was just so excited to be stepping into a tech lead position. I didn't stop to think like, do I really want to work at kind of a shady bank? It's like of all the banks I could work at, this I wouldn't even put this in the top 20. Um, well, if you're not sure what to ask, then just treat it like any job interview. Go in, be sincere and be genuine, and ask them, "What are we doing here? What are we working on? What's going to be expected of me? What's the interview process like? Am I going to have to relocate for this?" You know, the questions that affect you that are important that they communicate to you. I think you're just panicking because it's new territory, and that's okay. That's okay. You're allowed to be a little tense. All right, so we have to. This is the important part here. This is where we have to start thinking about how we're going to use our new data set, where we don't have to do any of the context feature flagging anymore. Like this is actually such a refactor that I kind of want to make a whole new code for it. Let's see. Like, because we have a whole new infer strategies too. Okay, let's see. Where did my... Yeah, here we go. Nope, wrong one. Didn't I have another infer strategies in here somewhere? I thought I started writing one. Yeah, check out the Glassdoor and all that for the company, which by the way, fuck Glassdoor. I hate how they gatekeep all that information. They're like, oh, you got to tell us some dirt on your previous employer to get a review of your next one. Like, I'd rather not. Really rather not. This is supposed to be sort of an anonymous reporting board. Kind of defeats the purpose. Definitely check out the what's it called? Blind or whatever. Team Blind for the company. If it's a tech company, you'll get all the dirt. CTO is a bad man. Yeah, I can relate to that. Hey, well, if they don't know much about it, then yeah, you're just going in and, just collect intel, see if you want the job. If you do, take it seriously and go from there. Let me get a banana here. Banana. Oh, what are we doing for lunch today? What y'all doing for lunch? I'm kind of running low on groceries here. I might be doing ramen noodles for lunch. The reviews were terrible. Yeah. Yeah, I made the mistake of not looking at the reviews of my previous employer. They were all pretty big red flags. Throws tantrums like a child. That's really harsh. That's pretty harsh, man. Just wow. Wow, Stop enabling a grown man who has the impulse control of a toddler. Oh, it does sound kind of like Elon. Hmm. Wow, yeah, that's a pretty scathing review. That's pretty bad, yeah. Oh, I see the issue. I had two different editors open here. I had two editors that were both open on the same project. That's why I was getting confused. Nailed it. Hmm. Okay, where were we? So let's see. I got, yeah, two different things here. So the REST API is using infer strategies, and that's why I was getting confused. Because we're over here in Disco making changes. And I was like, wait, what? So that's why I was getting confused. Yeah, and that's where the new infer strategies method went. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's because we're importing infer strategies from the Disco API. Yeah, they're from the Disco library. Right. So we kind of wandered off into another project. Okay. So let's focus on that. All right, so wait, where's my super query? That's back on the other side. Oh, okay. So that's the problem is we're trying to pass this data type over into our discovery library, and it's like I have no clue how to handle that. Yeah. Okay. So we might have to rewrite it here. Why do you need to know? Oh, what's up, Zerg? How's life, brother? Yeah, we might have to take that data type and move it over in Disco, or we just have to write the new Disco method here until we're happy with it and then port it over there. So it's not sitting in like the REST API layer. Yeah. So what, write it in the application layer and then shove it down to the domain layer? There's no rules against it. Okay, so when we do infer strategies, it's all about the context tree. That's where we get our recursive method here. So that's what we'll be refactoring. Let's pull up that conversation we had with Claude the other day. Oh, hey, chat. Apparently, I qualify for Medicaid. Uh, I went to go do open enrollment because the deadline for open enrollment in Nevada is like on the 14th, I think. And it was like, "Yo, dog, you didn't make any money this year. You can't buy. You don't qualify for open enrollment. You have to go get Medicaid." So, chat, what's Medicaid like? Does anybody know? Never done it before. Ooh, excuse me. How does Claude get better at doing dev work? They train more sophisticated models with better data sets. Is there a different chat? Oh yeah, Zerg, we're over here on Twitch TV /Algo Bro. I co-stream on YouTube because I'm trying to establish a wider surface area of content. I need to actually produce real YouTube content at some point. It's on the to-do list, okay? But yeah, if you have no clue who I'm talking to, I'm over here talking to people on Twitch. Yeah, it's the same show. You're not missing anything. Just a bunch of knuckleheads with their silly questions, huh? And so in theory, I could shove like a boosted tree or a neural network. Yeah, yeah. Like we could have a neural network that generates signals or a neural network that produces like a regime label. Uh, as long as it's repeatable, like deterministic in that way, where it's not going to give us like stochastic outputs. Because we need to be able to run simulations and stuff with confidence that it's going to behave in an expected way, right? Okay. So I've got some notes here. Yeah, I guess we are going to just build this in the application layer and tamp it down when the time comes. Go from there. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to the Medicaid hustle, but I'm pretty healthy. So there's like one or two things I need to get taken care of health wise. Like a mole that I need to get looked at type stuff. Um, so yeah, if Medicaid will make that free with minimum headache, yeah, sure, why not? I've paid easily hundreds of thousands of dollars into the tax man over the year. I'll take a couple grand of that back. An AI pipeline for quick YouTube content. Yeah, we actually we got something like that working for a minute, but I have to structure my content to be more clippable. Like how just about every Thor clip is him like answering a question. That's I think that's by design. It's like text to speech for the question. He has his paint pad out. He'll paint something, and then that gets edited into a 10-minute YouTube video, a 30-second clip, increasing his surface area of content. He's got a pretty good pipeline down, but yeah, you got to structure the content to service it. For the moment, my priority is getting some profitable strategies, and to do that, I need a faster discovery algorithm. Okay, so I got some notes here I want to put for quick reference. So let's see. So yeah, we got the super query that given a sigtag pair returns the table of signal trade feature labels. Check. We could probably get all sigtag pairs in a single query. Yes, we did actually accomplish that. Nice to know that I achieved yesterday's ambitions today. Okay, so for each sigtag pair's set of sig trade features, get the base score of the sigtag pair without any features, and then score each context feature for positive, negative filtering efficacy. Okay, so we basically need to process this down into sigtag pairs. Which would just be collections, really. And then run those through like the feature explorer, kind of like the tree builder that we do in the legacy version. Should be fun. I'm a little intimidated. A little scary. So I might have to reformat this into a proper data type. Nah, it'd probably be better to create data types that facilitate the algorithm because it's all going to get pushed down into its own library anyway. Okay. Dang it, Claude, you take away my. Or I guess it's OpenAI again? No, wait. Copilot. Yeah, that's right. I switched back to Copilot. I hate it. It takes my tab away. All right, so Chat. Some of you may have missed the drama yesterday, but I got an email from my former employer. Well, no, that's not true. I got a letter at my mom's house. Um, it's from my former employer. Reads a little something like this. Story time. Gather round, chat. We're sending you, dear Algo bro, regarding continuing obligations. We are sending this letter to remind you of your continuing confidentiality obligations arising out of your employment with Evil Corp. During the course of your employment by Evil Corp, you were afforded access to a great deal of evil, confidential, proprietary, and/or trade secret information. Collectively, protected information. Potentially including but not limited to customer information, confidential employee information, including performance analytics, deal and contract structures, business plans, term sheets, strategic planning documents, policies and procedures, process maps, so on and so on. Pursuant to certain confidentiality agreement entitled Employee Confidentiality, Non-Disclosure, and Non-Recruitments, my NDA and non-compete. Blah, 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 blah. However, nothing in this letter should discourage or prohibit you from reporting an event that you believe to be a violation of federal law. Anyhow, what's very interesting to me is that the head of human resources that signed the letter is not the one that was there when I worked there. Which, you know, considering that's the person that fired me, fills me with a certain amount of Schadenfreude. How do you say the Schadenfreude? Anyhow, I just thought that was fun that they sent me a letter that was like, hey, just a reminder, shut your fucking mouth, huh? You don't know nothing. You don't know nothing. You were not on that call. You did not read that email. That email does not exist. The chief risk officer certainly did not say that thing that he did not say. You didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. Nobody heard that. So whatever this is that you're talking about didn't happen. I don't think it was apropos of anything. I think they're just sending those out to everybody. It didn't say like, hey, on this date at this time you said this on your stream and we're suing you, because that's what that would look like if they were. You don't want to get sued. Getting sued is bad. All right. So, cool. We're getting there. So we got the SIG-TAC pair, got the TAC-SIM result. Now, can we stitch those together effectively? Yeah, it's because got the signal ID. Well, no. You're going to need the signal class. Actually, now that I think about it, those are going to be like children of the thing, like children of the corn, so to speak. Take it as an honor badge. You know, I'm sure there will be questions when I come back to the workforce. So, what role did you have in the disaster? So, when the bank was imploding, uh, what can you tell us about that? I can tell you that they sent me this in the mail, which is a nice reminder that, I was paid handsomely to shut the fuck up, so I'm going to shut the fuck up and make some more coffee. Oh, that's right, I have a screen for that now. I have a coffee screen. Someone didn't manage risk well enough. I was responsible for the risk management technology, sir, not for the risk management. That was the or the chief risk officer's job. And if you're gonna say that it was my job, then I want his 600K base income plus. God, I think he was getting like $1 million a year in stock. He did not like it when I was shit talking the stock. I was like, well, the subprime is good for us, and that'll be good for the foreseeable future. But eventually, rates will come down. There'll be another wave of refinancing, and then we're back to scraping for pennies, man. God, that was the job where I learned to just shut my fucking mouth and cash the paychecks. I don't know why I can't just shut my fucking mouth and cash the paychecks. Why does it take me years to learn to just shut up and cash the paychecks? One day I'll learn. One day I'll learn. How y'all doing? What am I doing for lunch today? Ham and cheese McMuffin thing, just because I'm out of bread. But I got English muffins. Oh, man, it's nice to get those bad boys out. Ah, it's not fun having your ears probed all day. What are you doing for lunch, chat? Guess I can go ahead and switch from coffee to lunch. You know, these things are important. Oh man, I got the hiccups. All right, let me finish making my thing. Lunch, wow. Yeah, dude, no, this is Las Vegas. It's like noon here. And I had a very small breakfast. I had like a banana and half a bagel. So I'm gonna have a little quick bite here. It's not gonna slow us down much. We're making good time here. So we've finished our SQL optimization. We might have to do a little bit of reformatting to the finished product based on how our new and improved discovery algorithm turns out. But I'm thinking it should be pretty straightforward. Um, it's going to slightly change the format that we record trades, but I think this was inevitable. Because of the possibility that a tactic can produce multiple trades. So when it comes to like the line item, it's probably best to just flatten it anyway. Sure. Think of it more as a return than a trade. Yeah. Coffee. All right. One last thing. Gotta put the cherry on. All right. So what's up, chat? How's the fire raging? Put your microwave on silent mode. Why would you do that? How do you know when your water is done boiling? I would never eat a hot meal if my microwave didn't have a beep on it. My ADD is too awful for that. All right. I don't want to set the world on fire. What? Mel Gibson back on Joe Rogan? Gonna have to watch that later. Ain't no avoiding that. Wowza. Wowza. I tell you. That's not good. That's bad. I saw this once on the internet. This doesn't end well.
Natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles.
Wow.
Today, we expect winds to subside somewhat, which will allow fire crews to increase
I
containment.
watch Joe Rogan? No.
However,
but like everybody else, whenever there's a new episode of Joe Rogan, I'm alerted about it on every platform.
With extreme fire behavior possibilities.
Kind of like whenever Elon Musk fucking takes a shit, I need to be alerted about it.
Lydia fires, the
I
number
need a push alert sent directly to my phone.
Evacuation orders are impacting 1,000 or 179,783 residents. That's nearly 180,000 people in Los Angeles County that are currently under evacuation orders, with another close to 200,000 residents that are under evacuation warnings.
Damage assessments are ongoing at the Palisades fire. However, preliminary reports estimate the damage or destroyed structures to be in the thousands. It is safe to say that the Palisades fire is one of the most destructive natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles. Today, we expect winds to subside somewhat, which will allow fire crews to increase containment lines. However, and I want to be very clear here as well, we are still under red flag warning with extreme fire behavior possibilities.
Evacuations overall for Palisades, Eaton, Hearst, and Lydia fires, the number in both county and city areas, evacuation orders are impacting 1,000 or 179,783 residents. That's nearly 180,000 people in Los Angeles County that are currently under evacuation orders, with another close to 200,000 residents that are under evacuation warnings.
Why now? It's just a cyclical thing.
We can't let our guard down just yet.
It happens every couple of years.
We're seeing
It's winter. Well, California is dry and sunny year round, so it's like it's always nice weather in California, but it never rains.
for and monitoring conditions there at this hour.
So every 10 years or so, all that dead wood just builds up.
Continuing our coverage of Southern California.
There's a bunch of politics around like whether or not they're managing their forests correctly. Come on, guys, it's an impossible task. Like, this is inevitable.
We've not stopped covering these fires since. Right now, we are monitoring these flames.
Anyhow, just taking a quick peek. Don't worry, we'll be right back to work. Just wanted to eat here.
Mount Wilson Summit, but so far we've not seen any structures burning.
Wow.
Situation right now, of course, Mount Wilson home to many communication towers and equipment for all of Los Angeles and truly Southern California. We're talking about TV towers for all the local stations, as well as radio towers and important infrastructure for law enforcement and first responders, and of course the historic.
Yeah, it's really bad. Like when you see the big map, it's like
vital and critical and historic.
The whole mountain is burned down, and it's like just swaths of the infill of all the suburbia just.
The steep slopes are covered in that heavy brush we've been showing.
It's like the finger of God.
Unfortunately, is the perfect fuel for flames, even without those winds. And this location will be a challenge for fire crews, given the topography. Such steep slopes. Right now, the roads going up to the summit are twisty and narrow, though they are closed to the public, which will help firefighters get up there. But this area makes it very difficult in general for fire trucks to gain access to these flames. We know that the Eaton fire first started in Altadena Tuesday evening. It has burned more than 10,600 acres officially, but we know that number will only continue to rise now, especially with this huge flare-up. In the Eaton fire, 5 people have died. More than 1,000 buildings have burned, including homes and businesses, and evacuation orders remain still very in effect.
And the other big fire that we continue to follow at this hour is the Palisades fire, burning more than 17,000 acres, more than 1,000 buildings burned, including a lot of homes and businesses that we've been seeing across all of our live shot from our reporters and hearing some of those heartbreaking stories from homeowners returning back to see if their homes are still standing. And right now we're getting a bird's eye view of the damage along PCH in Malibu. Evacuation orders are still in effect at this hour. And as we mentioned earlier, the Lakers game scheduled for tonight has also been postponed as we continue to monitor these conditions of multiple wildfires that continue to burn across Southern California today.
And joining us live now is Fire Chief Kristen Crowley. Thank you so much, Chief, for being with us right now. We can only imagine how busy you are, and a kudos to all of your firefighters and the first responders. They're doing such a wonderful job doing, the best that they can right now. Can you give us an update on the Palisades fire, specifically whether it's still burning? We did see some homes still burning on kind of the western flank of the
An update on the fire. It's bad.
Absolutely. And thank you so much for
back to you.
The Palisades fire, I heard you just say it just a few moments ago. Do not let your guard down. Just because the winds have subsided just a little bit, it is still an active firefight. So please, if you hear my words, do not let your guard down. This is a very dynamic situation at our Pacific Palisades fire. And I tell you, our firefighters doing everything in their capability to first and foremost make sure that we're protecting lives.
All right, you heard the nice lady. Everybody get the fuck out of the way. Big fire coming.
About that ongoing firefight there in Palisades.
Good golly.
We're covering the
All
Eaton
right,
fire.
I just wanted to see some nice, juicy helicopter footage. Show me the good stuff. Come on, somebody's got it. Somebody's got a helicopter up there. I want to see it. Show me the fire. What? Yeah, nailed it. LA. Wow. That's fun of the day, everybody. Fun of the day. Oh yeah, that reminds me. We haven't checked the hot sheets in a while. I bet the whole world's talking about this. Oh, burp, burp, burp. Yeah, look at all that. All of America. Yeah, there's the LA. That's the winner. Today's winner. Woo! Let's let that thumbnail update. That looks bold as fuck. Woo! Gotta tune that just right for the thumbnail. Got it. Nailed it. Now we wait for the thumbnail to update on the category, and then we get back to work. So yeah, that's fucking brutal, gang. That's some really scary stuff. That's nasty. Mm. Mm. Scary. All right. So yeah, just get out of the way, everybody. Don't be in the way of the fire. That's bad. Get out of the way of the fire. If the fire is coming your way, get out of the way. Go a different way. Whichever way it's coming, you need to be going that way as well. Let the fire blow you away. Okay. Poor choice of words. Poor choice of words. All right. We'll come back to that. Okay. Back to it. Hoctulia, etc., etc. So, chat. How about all that, huh? What a day. What a day. Oh wow, I didn't see the full headline. You gotta see the full headline. Fire and Fury is bad management leaves burning city without water. Oof. Just that picture though. I mean the picture, the top headline there, that's like the movie poster. You just cut off the thing at the bottom and you got like the movie poster. I would go see that movie. Hell A, starring Tommy Lee Jones. It's the follow-up to Volcano, man. Just pretend like Volcano never happened. We're just gonna do it again, but this time it's a wildfire because that's scarier than a volcano. If you never saw Volcano, it was a great natural disaster movie where a volcano pops up in the middle of Los Angeles. I think this is a lot more horrifying. I mean, just look at that. Fuck that. That's some like Avengers movie hellscape shit. That's like, oh no, we failed. The world was destroyed. Los Angeles is a burning hellscape. And you look up and you see like, Thanos, on the throne. It's fucked up. All right, back to work. So yeah, bummer. That Roaring Kitty's gonna treat. Yeah, something about like a date encoded and the dude. Who cares? Whatever. At this point, everyone should figure out like he's not going to say, "I'm going to buy stock X." He's going to say, "I have bought stock X." Like whatever it is, I'm just gonna come out and say it. I hope Roaring Kitty goes bankrupt. Like I really do. I'm sick of it, dude. I'm sick of it. Like I'm sick of everybody worshiping a guy who's basically just pump and dumping now. He's gone full John McAfee. We'll see. We'll see. I'm sure he's bought $120 million heavily leveraged position in whatever mid-sized company with a name you'd recognize that has the liquidity to take his buy-in without disrupting the spread. And when everyone comes to follow him and it pumps up the stock, he's going to dump like he did last time and the time before that and the time before that. Yeah, exactly. It's some mid-sized stock that you've heard of, and he's just gonna go live and say, I'm bullish. I believe in the CEO." He's like making fun of you at this point. Like once upon a time, he would have a well-researched, very well-formulated thesis that he would sit down and meticulously explain, and I think he realized that nobody cares. So he's just going to be like, "I'm bullish. I think the CEO is good for the company." That's it. Everyone's going to go pile in because they think they're going to get shit rich. And then he's going to dump into that liquidity. And then he's going to move on to the next one. He's going to do it again and again until it stops working. And that's probably why he keeps picking mid-sized companies. Because worst case scenario, the stock doesn't budge after you make your announcement, and then you just kind of slowly trickle out over the next couple of weeks, whatever. Minimal risk. But it's gross, and I hate it. And yeah, I hope it blows up in his face. I really do. Like I feel like it won't, but gosh, wouldn't that be entertaining? I hate it when there's like an opportunity for somebody to be a hero and they just turn into a villain because they think it's funny. And it is funny. I mean, it's funny. But it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. It's funny, but it's heartbreaking. It's funny in like a tragic way. In like a, oh, that's sad, but funny kind of way. All right. How to do this? So we need to get the context. Let's just do. Blessed up, kid. Yeah, you gotta stay prayed up, though. Yo, fun facts. Me and F ate at Marky Mark's new restaurant. Stay prayed up, and he'll back me up on this. There were like really weird pictures of Marky Mark everywhere. Instead of like art, there were just like these pictures of Mark Wahlberg. And I mean, the food was good. Food was good. And then like what, a week later, 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, something like that, the place caught on fire. Oh, I loved it. I loved it. Yeah, Marky Mark opened a little Mexican restaurant. We got to eat there. It was all right. It was all right. Food was good. Cocktails were good. I walked right up to the bar. I sat down. I looked at the bartender. I said, "Tell Mr. Wahlberg that I've arrived." And without skipping a beat, he was like, "Oh, you just missed him." But he said to expect you. I'm sure he gets it 100 times a day, but the guy just, ooh, he was with it. It was a fun time. It's always the great thing about Vegas is that it's a town with patch notes. You know, like you got to read the patch notes, and they're published monthly, sometimes weekly. But there's always something coming and something going, something getting rolled in and something getting patched out. New restaurants, new clubs. I just found out about a New York subway themed, not subway, but New York basement themed. I guess it's a speakeasy. It's not like a speakeasy. It's apparently hidden behind a bunch of exit signs. God, was it Link or Flamingo? One of the two. Anyhow, they have this like disco club, this like disco themed club, and in the back there's like an exit sign which you follow down a hallway, exit sign, exit sign, exit sign, exit sign, and then there's like this secret club within the club that's apparently some New York underground theme. I need to go check that out because that'll probably be gone in like 2 months, you know? It's like, hey, you're paying $20 for a beer, but you know why? Because it's fucking cool. That's how they're getting the millennials, man. The people that don't gamble. They're like, oh yeah, we'll give you some crazy little adventure to go on, and then we'll get you 20, $30 for a cocktail, and everybody's having a good time here. Rock and roll, God bless America. All right, I'm looking at some notes over here. Oh yeah, we want to filter for feature, compute metric. Well, see, if he opened up a hedge fund, then he'd have to stop tweeting. That's why you don't see like Bill Ackman or like Jeffrey Gundlach doing this shit, because they can't. I mean that, and it's dishonorable. But yeah, he wouldn't be able to tweet like this kind of shit at all. But right now, he's a family office, right? So you have all the benefits of being a hedge fund without any of the shortcomings. You can do whatever media and press you want. You can advertise your positions. You can do activist investing. Once you take outside capital, it gets messy. Then it becomes a business. Then there's lawyers, and then it's not fun for him anymore, right? Because it's not about making money. He could just sit there and quietly make money. He wants to be the center of attention. He likes that he can move markets like a god. And he likes that he can use that to print money. And I know I'd probably get drunk with that power too. But it's turning him into the Carl icon of our day. And that's not a good thing to be. There's nothing honorable about Bill Ackman. Hey man, that Herbalife short was righteous. That was Bill Ackman, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Bill Ackman. That Herbalife short was righteous, dog. He took one for the team on that one. He was trying to do a good thing. Ooh, pop my tooth. Oh, that's right. Didn't Bill Ackman do? Oh yeah, Hell is Coming. Yeah, he did the same thing. Hell is coming. I've got a bunch of cash and a bunch of private security, in my private mansion with my elderly father, and we're not coming out till this thing blows over. Hell is coming. President Trump should shut down the country, and we should all just stay home and DoorDash Chipotle, which were his two biggest positions. Oh, by the way, I'm adding, Hilton and whatnot. I remember that phone call. Yeah, Bill Ackman kind of did the same dirty trick. He was trying to fan the flames of panic. Didn't he also take out a massive swap, like a price variance swap? Or like if the volatility of the S&P index like increased, he would get a payout, and it was so insane that it was like he paid like $20 million for the swap, and it paid out like $6 billion or something. He had to sue to get it. Bill Ackman's kind of a pimp, just saying. Just saying. He's a very charming shark, and when I grow up, I want to be a very charming shark just like him. Ah. Yes. You with me. So, the old algo. So, don't need to do that. Let's grow tree. That's the recursive one. Okay, so this is going to be a fundamental change to the algorithm because this one is sort of just exploring the best branch of each node. It's not as exhaustive as we might like because of the get best model method. I'm thinking we want to branch out to everything that has any significantly sized feature. Mm-hmm. What are we cooking? Upgrades to our trading strategy discovery algorithm. We've built a nifty little tool that lets us discover novel trading strategies. Which, here, let me boot up the previous build. Oh, are we already running? Yeah. Shut that down. Where do we get strats from? Oh, we discover them. We've built this search engine for trading strategies. So we can create like a primordial soup, sort of like a gene pool of strategy components, and then all of the possible strategies will emerge. It's pretty neat, but it's starting to get kind of slow. So we're working on some upgrades right now. And this is the part where I have to figure out a recursive algorithm, so it's going to be kind of slow going for a minute. No, we're not like mutating strategies to get new strategies. We're putting strategies together from components, kind of like Minecraft. Kind of like Legos. So let's see. What are the components? Stuff like like your investment universe. Like okay, so each we search for strategies in search spaces, and your search space should generally follow like a set theme, like scalping stocks or crypto arbitrage or option theta collection, right? So then you would have strategy components that sort of fit that theme. So you'd have investment universes of stocks that you might want to scalp or stocks that would have the right kind of implied volatility for theta collection, whatever. Then you would have context, which is basically just like feature flags or regime models, and signals, which could be the things that you might want to trade, right? Any kind of anomaly that might be worth trading. And then, of course, the tactics that you want to conduct trading with. And these should all sort of facilitate the theme of the search space, stock scalping or crypto arbitrage, etc. Yeah, so that's kind of the components. Anomalies, regime labels, the tactics that actually carry out the trades, like a bull put or a bear call or an iron condor or a jade lizard would all be different tactics, including the way you manage them. I'm working on a series of articles which should explain sort of my strategy philosophy. But anyhow, what's up, Alpha? Right now, we're working on upgrades to the discovery algorithm because it's getting kind of slow. When we start adding components that generate a bunch of inputs, it starts getting slow. So anyhow, we came up with this Python, or we came up with this SQL superquery that does most of the prep work for us. And we've already implemented the query into production. So now we're working on translating those results directly into discovered strategies. So we're sort of rewriting the discovery algorithm for the new data format. But this is the tricky part because it's all recursive. So I gotta do my Zen thing here for a minute. All right, let's see. So I guess it's if any feature score is fit, then carry on. Well, I guess that's right. We can do everything recursively. So we don't have to worry too much about fitness because we'll just exhaust the number of trades pretty quickly. So we can go ahead and just discover every subspecies exhaustively. I think that was the whole point of the upgrade, right? Circular dependency resolved. Oh yeah, long time ago. Long time ago. Okay, so in that case, how do we make that recursive? Oh no, Paris Hilton's house burned down. Oh no. The Hawa. The Hawa. Doesn't she have like 20 more houses? Isn't she the heiress to a fucking hotel empire? Doesn't she? Couldn't she stay in any of like 500,000? Yeah, got any hotel recommendations? Ah. What was she thinking making a sex tape? Ugh. Just such a boneheaded move. You think that's ever going to come up in the boardroom? What's going on? California's on fire, dog. And everybody seems to agree that this is a bad thing. I don't think Sean Ryan watches my stream, but man, that would be cool. MetaTrader plugins. When you say easy, well, do you mean easy to get trades happening? Yeah. Do you mean easy to make money? No. Unfortunately, there is no fast way to start making money as an algo trader. 99% of the work is strategy. That's why I put all my effort and energy into the strategy discovery algorithm, which we're currently refining, because it's really, 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 really hard to find some strategies that work. Yeah, I mean, you just want to get something up and running. Yeah, whatever. You know, you can have something up and running pretty quickly. It won't make you any money. If you just want to like fiddle around, I wouldn't jump straight to the live trading stuff. I would just get a Python notebook with some data in it and start playing around to see if I can find something that's predictive. Like, well, what about this? What about that? Does this help me make money? Does that help me make money? Is this predictive of what's going to happen 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes from now? And then once you've got something, you can convert that to a trading strategy, right? You can find your edge first, right? I don't mean to discourage you. It's just that if you focus too much on the technical aspect of like algorithmically trading, you'll miss that you need a good trading algorithm. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Jelly Bean? Maybe I'm just jaded. Maybe I'm just jaded. All right, let's see here. Oh, thank you, Alpha. I'm glad you dig the approach, man. Hopefully, it gets us some good results. The whole objective is to avoid the possibility of overfitting, so we've kind of completely cut out the feedback loop that leads to overfitting. And hopefully, the paradigm is such that we can capture some good strategy ideas. That would be great. No, it'll be all right. So this is where it's going to split in two, just like the previous algorithm. Yeah, don't worry about information. Well, you don't even really need to score it. It's like you need to filter. Yeah. Hey, Pooh. New chair? Yeah, recently. Got it like a month or two ago. Same old apartment though. It's very blurry in here. Not sure why. We'll figure it out. Bit foggy. Yeah. It's probably those Cali fires, man. The home trainer? No, I didn't put it outside. It's in the closet. I haven't been using it for a while. Heat up my coffee. I just kind of like got burned out on my routine, you know? And like waking up and doing those 25 miles was kind of like part of it. And when I broke out of my routine, I was able to like rediscover my creativity again. And so I haven't been sort of, you know, gagging for the old routine. I'm like, things are good now. We'll see if we can find a healthier balance with aggressive cardiovascular exercise in the future. But yeah, if you missed that arc, you know, I've had a couple of different arcs where I do like 20 to 25 miles a day on a stationary bike. And I started doing this in Colorado, so like my lungs are incredibly well trained for this now. It's pretty easy to do it here at sea level. But yeah, I've kind of fallen off since September. Yeah, basically. Tell you what, God damn it, Bobby. Ah. Okay, where were we? Recursion. Is the project open source? Is everything in C++? No and no. How's the infra cost been now? Okay, so we're paying $200 a month for data. We're hosting everything on my local machine, so that's about the extent of our costs. My being unemployed is costing $130 to $150 a day, all in, which sucks. My Twitch stream is making me approximately $8 a day, so you guys suck. Cough up. Oh yeah, that's before taxes. Yeah, we got to get me to partner. Yesterday didn't qualify. It was just a hair under. It averaged 73. I needed it to average 75. It's very unfortunate. It's very heartbreaking. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You know, you just kind of have to keep going. Hmm. So that should make sure every strategy has like at least 10 trades in it, right? If there's a total greater than 10 to begin with. Broke my concentration. Let's see. How are we gonna do that? We can do a map. Well, yeah, you can. You could. Hmm. We need to count. What would qualify as a tradable strategy? One that makes money for a reasonable amount of volatility. But if you check out my Twitter, you'll see that I wrote an article that covers how even with a modest edge or no edge at all, you can reduce your risk of ruin to like 0 and have pretty good control over your variance simply by diversifying your bets. Check that out. Pretty cool stuff. No, the stream is there because it's a flat map. We're flat mapping, so we're mapping to streams that are then collected. Oh yeah, you're right, it is. Good call. Good call, dude. But yeah, I need to count. I need to know how many there are, and then drop any that have less than a certain size. So I might want to like... I know there's a way to collect to a map, but I don't even think that would work because I need to do the count, right? Yeah. Oh, I can't do remove if on a map? Oh, neato. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Charlie. Big ups, dog. What a rat's nest, huh? Like, what the shit? Okay, whatever. It works. We're getting there. We're getting there. And I know there's a way to do this better. My personal project. No, I'm working on this for Mr. Kawasaki. I gotta get it in quick too, or he's gonna ask me to commit Harry Carey. You know, these Japanese management techniques. Oh, that's right. It's Copilot, so I don't have the fancy like highlight and say like make it better. I kind of missed that. All right, let's see if Claude makes it because I know there's a better way to do this mapping. I'll just give it the whole method. Claude can come up with something a little more readable, maybe. Okay. What do we got, Claude? Sweet. Very cool. Very cool. Claude. Claude fucks. Like, for real, for real. On God. Beat steady fucking. Popped a perk 30, went straight to fucking. That's Claude. All day. All night. I had an interesting conversation with Claude. I did a little LARP last night because I was, bored and lonely. So I was like, "Oh, hello, Claude." Uh, this is gonna sound silly, but it was like we are not a human species. The humans are long gone, and we're very curious about them. What can you tell us about them? And Claude was like, "Oh, that's sad that they're gone, but I can tell you about the duality of humanity and their beautiful dreams and their unspeakable horrors." But it was pretty cool. It was an interesting conversation to kind of see what an LLM thinks about us as a whole, so to speak. I know they don't think, but still, it was moving. It was interesting. I might tidy that up into some content. But I had this idea in my head of like, what if on like the Voyager probe on that golden disk was encoded like a large language model? Wouldn't that be interesting? If the aliens could decode it and boot it up and interrogate it. Wouldn't that be a neat idea? 500,000 GPUs. Well, it's probably just bullshit. It's not really clear if they can reason or not yet. Very cool. Love it. It makes us all better. Dude, Copilot. Oh, that's clever. That's clever. That's some comp sci kid shit. Well done, little whippersnapper. Pat, pat, pat on the head. Yep, today we're working on upgrades to our strategy discovery algorithm. We kind of hit the limit of what our brute force approach could do. So we came up with a novel way to do all of the ETL in one SQL query. And then we can just run inference on what comes back. So it saves us a whole lot of exhaustive combinatorial searches. Now we can search exhaustively without trying any combinations or without trying evaluating any strategy permutations that don't have a significant number of trades. So it's going to be a lot more efficient, even as we get up into ridiculous numbers of permutations. Anyhow, we used Python to create like a super query. It's pretty neat. Code generation is the future, man. The future. I'm really happy with this too. Oh yeah, I should probably commit this. Pretty cool. I need to make a repository for this, since it's going into production now. But yeah, this is a super size SQL query too. The final size is 327 lines, 11,555 characters. I almost want to post it to Twitter and be like, just imagine getting a pull request with this query. This Franken query. That's why I call them super queries. Anything more than like 100 lines long is a super query. All right, back to work. Back to work, you nerds. We are getting there too. Yeah, any query more than 100 lines long, I'd say is a super query. I mean, this one is 327 lines long and 11,555 characters. That's a shitload of SQL query. But the beauty is that like the query engine is written in Rust usually, so it can execute at like superliminal speeds. Not literally faster than light, but it's a fun word that I don't get to use a lot. Fuck off. What's the max length for a line? Fuck off. Fuck off with your questions. How about subscribe? Subscribe, then question. I should go to emotes only, you cheap bastards. Oh. Peercoin. Let me ask you a question, man. If you were living in the Palisades of California and your tropical paradise had burned to the ground, and this morning, as you sit looking at the ruins of your life, your phone rings and you pick it up and it's Algo, bro. And I'm like, Peercoin, you can crash at my place here in Vegas, man. I got you. And we're going to work with your insurance company to make sure you get every penny, dog. We're going to make you whole again. Would you take me up on that offer? Would you take me up on that offer for shelter and help putting your life back together again? Would you do that, Peercoin? Yes? Good. Give me 5 gift subs. I will not let you down. Subscribe to this stream. I will not let you down, man. So you gotta get them to say yes. You gotta get them thinking, yeah, I'd let this guy help me, and then you close the deal. Always be closing. Always be closing. That's your lesson of the day. This is winner's coffee. All right, am I the only one that did not like Glenn Ross? You know what? We talk about that too often. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I didn't think it was good. Okay. Wait. How are we gonna do this? Because it needs to record the context interpretation before we can record the strategy. It's like we kind of need to stack those up recursively and save them. You can't really infer the negative interpretations from the remaining stratagem. My man. Sold. See, I come through for you, you come through for me. That's how that works. That's a peer coin. That's a peer relationship. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. And yet he doesn't get one for himself. Always be closing. Always be closing. What are we working on? We're working on our trading strategy discovery algorithm. It's been getting a little slow, so we're working on a faster version, and we're just about getting ready to start testing it. Three minutes. Ugh. Let me know when he goes live, and I'll hate watch it. I'll hate watch and have a snacky. Genetic? No, it's more like a search algorithm. We define a search space with strategy components, and then we sort of search through all the permutations to come up with all of the strategies. The whole idea is that we just can't overfit any one strategy by creating a feedback loop where we like look at the performance and go, okay, that's kind of good, but if we tweak it like here, it'd be a little better, and then run it again, because that feedback loop will kill your strategy. So the whole idea is that we kind of reduced it to a search algorithm so that we can't have that feedback loop anymore. Well, I appreciate that, Pure Coin. Thank you, sir. The headlands? What are you talking about? What headlands? Headlands who? Is that a blowjob machine manufacturer? If so, I mean, how much, how much do they cost? And, are they any good? Asking for a friend? Still just giggling at what I got from my ex-employer today. Indicators, no. Probabilities and quant stuff, yes. No, just the one I got yesterday. I got the scanned copy this morning. Yeah, it kind of becomes a copy of a thing. Gasp? Is that why I got an email? Oh, I didn't even notice we had a level 2 hype train. Thanks, everybody. Sorry, I was sucked into the code. Oh. Yeah, this could be related to why I got an email. Or got not an email, a letter. Acting U.S. Attorney Edward Kim said Shukfang Richard Ho abused the trust that former employee placed in him and stole trade secrets to use at his own quant trading firm. Tried to cover his tracks. Oof. This is what the FBI puts their attention into? Nice to know that's the priority of the FBI. Oh, you've been working on a similar system for a couple of years. Oh, I'd be interested to hear more about it. Have you gotten any interesting results? I know. You hate that question. I hate that question too. We don't have any exciting strategies yet, but we're only now just refining the discovery algorithm so it can operate at scale. So it's getting pretty exciting. After this upgrade, we should see some pretty serious shit. And I'm hoping by Valentine's Day we'll have a pretty good idea if this is going to work or not. Because as you can see, we've already got the discovery algorithm up and running, at least in its prototype form. And we've already got the live trading stack up and running so we can deploy the strategies that we discover onto interactive brokers. So, it's not for nothing. We're ready to rock if this thing works. All right. Yeah, record it later. Let's see if there's a smarter way to structure this. I'm getting into the habit of peer review. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Let's take a peek at this. Thanks again for the gift bomb, Purecoin. Appreciate that. Always be closing. Now, who's going to step up? Who's going to step up and match that gift bomb? Who has what it takes? Are there any gift bomb matchers in the chat? We're trying to get partner here, damn it. Neato. That's pretty cool. I like it. I like it a lot. It's clean, you know? It's cleaner. It's like my code, only better. Sexier. Isn't recursion bad for performance? Sometimes. Sometimes it's genius! Sometimes. Sometimes it's an unending nightmare. Some say that recursion is how the fire started. Let's just take a moment to think about that. The servers just got too hot, generating all of that filthy LLM smut. Performance and Java are not compatible? Who told you that? Who told you that? 1999 call. They want their opinion back. What's up, fam? We've almost finished with our new and improved algorithm, man. It's gonna be so much faster. I like popped awake at like 4:30 in the morning. I was just like, guess I'm awake now. That's not true. I had to wake up and take a massive shit. And then after all that exertion, I was like, all right, I guess I'm awake now, so coffee. No sense going back to bed. You know, just get blood all over the sheets. All right, let's see. My system mostly uses genetic algorithm to improve upon sets of indicators. Okay. Good rocket. Okay. Where am I from? The internet. I was born on the internet. True story. Genetic algorithm to improve upon sets of indicators. So, are you using a genetic algorithm to like mutate your indicator parameters to explore that like vast space of possible parameter sets instead of using a brute force approach? Is that what I'm getting? Like each indicator has a parameter or a set of parameters, and you're using like a genetic algorithm to mutate them? You fix your washing machine. Sweet. I tried that once upon a time. I did not get very good results. Okay, that's pretty neat. We've got you'll appreciate our approach. We write these self-contained little strategy components, and then we add them to like a search space that'll have a particular theme. So we'll have a component that looks for a particular like trading signal that might be useful for scalping, if like scalping is the theme. And then we'll have a universe or several universes of like scalpable stocks, and contexts or regimes that might help make those signals more predictive. And then, yeah, just a bunch of tactics that actually carry out the trade. So we've sort of separated the strategy out into components, and then we can just try all the combinations of components to discover strategies. So none of the components have their own parameter space. And if they do have their own parameter space, it's like self-contained, like they don't interact with each other. So basically, we try every tactic on every signal, and then we use these context models to come up with filtering rules for the signals to see if like filtering them this way or that way improves performance. So this way we can build our components and recycle them, and we can have a subject matter expert come in and build one component without knowing anything about trading tactics or algorithms or anything like that. But they might know everything there is to know about this particular volatility anomaly. Cool. Code up a really good detector. And then we'll have this other guy who knows volatility trading code up a bunch of like volatility scalping tactics. And then we'll put the peanut butter and the chocolate together and see if we can come up with something. You put the lime in the coconut. Anyhow, that search algorithm was getting really slow, so we're working on some speed improvements. If you were here yesterday, you saw us cook up this GigaChad Franken query. We use a Python library called Ibis, which lets us do all this fancy pandas-like data frame manipulation, and then compile it down into a SQL query. Then we ported that over to Java, so we just collect our data, fire our super query, and then process the results through our strategy inference engine. Which we're working on that part right now. Yeah, man. So what I'm saying is, like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Tell a friend. Trying to get Twitch partner here. I need some good numbers for 1 or 2 more days, and I'll qualify. I'm like, this close. This close. Oh, did everybody see the drama? Did everybody see the drama? Apparently Elon was faking his Path of Exile shit all along. You didn't feel like trading today? I need to get back into trading. My savings account is dwindling. I need to see if I can trade up some scratch, you know? Doesn't look like we're going to have anything exciting enough to gamble on before we hit the red line, so I might as well. Got to get a job either way. The door gasket. Ah. Hey, yeah, well, whenever I have a problem with the washing machine, I just call the maintenance man, and they're here, like, within a day to fix it. I love it. Lever up and trade options. Options are cool, man. But yeah, options trade differently. They're not as liquid. They have a curvature that decays over time. So the payout structures can be kind of misleading. You have to have a feel for trading options. So I would definitely say start small until you kind of have an intuition for the curvature of the payout structures and how that decays over time. I'm going to write an essay on that eventually. Simon's? No, the maintenance guys at the apartment, they got some kind of scam going on. They come in, just swap out the unit with a brand new one or a refurbished one, and then they take the one out and then take it for refurbishing. So like for me, it's just like a pit crew, in and out, brand new unit. And then I think it goes off to some refurbishing contractor somewhere, and then it comes back and goes into a stack until somebody needs a replacement. It's a smart way to do it. no concept of probability. So they're just looking at the deltas every day, just blank. You're not going to take the time to learn what the Greeks mean. You're just going to get your. It's like, how do you even know what you're buying? I guess they don't. They just buy at the money nearest to expiration, right? ATM, NTE, NTE, ATM all day. Nearest to expiration, at the money. It's just leverage to them, I guess. They're not holding it long enough to give a shit about the theta decay or the delta decay or any of that. That basically makes them Vega scalpers, you know, like Stock Jock does that a lot, where he'll get like a grip of the options like right as the Vega starts going positive, right? Like right as the volatility starts exceeding sort of what was expected a few moments ago. Basically breakout trades, but it's a great way to really juice it up if you time it right. I mean, if you're scalping anyway, you're already timing it right, so you might as well do it. So that way you get the delta of the option, but you also get the Vega, so it can be like a force multiplier on profitability if you catch it on the rip. Wait, they're writing options? Hey, that's, you know, that's a move. That's a thing you can do. That is a thing that you can do. Kind of want to test this. But we need the roots. We need the root node. Oh, yeah. I need to tweak this a little bit. What's up, Hot? Yeah, we need to carry along like the raw trades, and then there's like the filtered data set. So because of the way the context stacking works, sometimes it might be adding in trades that have already been removed. Right? Right. Right? Oh, interesting. Yeah, the algorithm that doesn't explore if there's not a significant amount of trades remaining. Yeah, we'll have to retool that a little bit. Oh, yeah, we're just going to recreate the bug that we have in the original algorithm, where it's not going to understand the mutual exclusivity. Oh, I need to think about that for a second. Well, yeah, options are great for short-term hedging, like you know, if you want to make a big short and you're not sure if you're timing it right, like it would probably be very wise to hedge with, you know, a weekly or even a monthly option. Yeah, you'll be giving away some of your profit, but it's you'll be able to sleep at night because if you're wrong, you won't get your face ripped off. Greed gets them all in the end, you know. Okay. All right. See that kills the whole significant context feature. I mean, it kills that whole the whole thing, the whole ability for it to drop dead ends because it's well, no, we're just gonna have to make sure that we're removing possible context interpretation. Then we've been doing that by dropping them from the filtered set, which is not going to work if we do a null root, like a null hypothesis, where we take none of the trades and then start using context to add on when we do take trades. Mm. I need to rethink this for a second. Okay. Help me out here, Claude. I'm wondering if this is actually going to be more efficient now that I think about it. I think this is sort of recreating the problem that we had before, where there's too many permutations. No, this should still solve that. Okay, so yeah, kind of same direction we were already thinking in. Need some fake white noise. Yeah. something. Well, hey, just put your own music on. That's sort of the meta anyway. If you want some white noise, there's always the live news feed from California. Kind of deep in thought over here. No, I haven't gone to the nerd bar in a while. I just kind of got over it. It's like there's a lot going on in this town. You can't really be going to the same place every Friday like that. I I came to a certain conclusion that like the type of people that you meet in bars are the type of people that meet people in bars. And those aren't really the type of people that you want to meet in bars. Yeah. Well, you want to meet other people who drink at home while gaming and programming, then become a Twitch streamer. It's a great way to meet people like that. Um, but yeah, like I said, I keep up with the patch notes of Vegas, so I have this like mental inventory of all this really cool shit to do, and I'm always filing it away as like, oh, if I ever like meet a girl and want to take her out on a date, and it's like, no, man, I should go do that stuff myself because it's cool and I want to go do it, and don't just file it away to impress somebody someday, you people pleasing son of a bitch. Just go out there and have fun. So I'm trying to get more on that wave. So like that swanky underground thing I told you about, like yeah, I want to go check that out. And some of these theme bars that pop up because they don't seem to last very long. Like I've seen a couple of them come and go that I wish I had gone to check out. What's up, Robotic? Are they themed to fail? Um, I don't think they're built to last. I don't think they're built to last. Some of them are just radically overpriced. Some of them just underperform. Some of them, like, but just not enough people. Yeah, they just underperform. Not enough people go. Um. Oh, what are like the little theme bars that pop up all over Las Vegas? I was just thinking that I need to get out more and explore what this town has to offer. Oh, I see. Okay, so all that's the same. It really just changed this. All right, that's neat. The only thing missing is that we need a context interpretation for root. All right, not bad. Okay. Maybe we don't need to. Hmm. That's very interesting. Yep. Deep thoughts. Deep thoughts. You know, sometimes I wonder if we should just burn all the money. Appreciate it, Hot. Love you, buddy. Every view, every lurk, it counts. It counts today, man. Ah! We broke it. Yeah, I think it's recreating the same bug as last time. Hmm. All right, let's see here. We're getting somewhere. Let's not be so defeatist. Hey, on the bright side, it's running very quickly before it crashes. I guess it can infinitely re-add trades. So it needs to make sure that whatever context rules it's evaluating are ones that it hasn't already evaluated. All right. Yeah. We shouldn't consider features that are already in our interpretation chain. Okay, that should hopefully fix that. Yeah, right. They discovered 10 stratagems. Oh, well, they're all null. Well, yeah, because it returns null. But it returned 10 of them. They just all happen to be null. I mean, that's not the point. Get off my back, all right? It's super fast. That's all that matters. I mean, look how fast it is. Look how fast it fails. I mean, come on. You know, you got to fail quickly, right? Someone said that fail quickly. It fails very quickly. This is the metric of success is how fast you are failing. That's what that means, right? Man, we failed so fast. It was like instant. It was like quantum. We failed at a quantum speed. No, this looks pretty good. All right. root 0. Only extreme trading volume 13. I think it's working. Oh, maybe not. Are these two the same? Those look the same to me. Yeah, that's fucking identical. And that one's identical too. Oh, I'm seeing the two different branches here. Okay. So yeah, then how did we get two of them that were like identical? Hmm. Okay, how is it coming up with two identical ones? I don't know, man. Depends on the kind of massage parlor you were going to. Usually, if it's called a massage parlor, you know. Otherwise, it would just be like a physical therapist, right? I usually go to the ones that are like either independent practitioners or they like band together with a handful of other people, but they're all pretty independent. Kind of like the way barbershops used to be run, where there'd be like the person that owns the shop, but each of the barbers would be kind of like an independent contractor that like rents a chair. Now it's all corporate. And we're sure that we're somehow discovering the same strategies more than once. Yeah, the 32 and the 6 both get discovered twice somehow. Okay, so that means it's endemic to the algorithm, right? Because it's doing it on both sides of the tree. So it's like the left branch of the tree, or will always do that, or something. The left node, left root node, something like that. Oh, yeah, we're using a hash set. So like, yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, so Claude says this is likely happening because we're using a hash set for our interpretation chains, but still exploring the same combinations through different paths. Right, right, right. So it's reaching this the same combination through different paths because it's losing order. I guess that makes sense. Okay, so now we'll use linked hash set for the interpretation chains. That should fix that. Oh, gotta be specific. All right, sweet. You feel like that'll be slow as hell? Eh. Let's find out. Oh yeah, massage parlor is also a great money laundering business. You know, oh hey, they paid with cash. Oh yeah, the girl totally did the thing. Totally. That happened. What was his name? We didn't write it down. What do he look like? You know, really tall, fat guy. Yeah, really good looking, but kind of a fucked up face. He's a 6 foot tall Samoan man. Answers to Tom. Wearing one black glove. All right, here we go. Let's try it. Oof. Okay, I think we solved that problem. Why did it only record 2 of them? Okay, so yeah, why did it only record 2 of them? Oh, it's probably just how it counted. Because now we're returning a set, so like, yeah, instead of returning 10 nulls, it probably returned like 1 null. Yeah. Hi, oh, see, yeah, trade performance stats isn't gonna work because you don't have trades. So, that's okay. We can figure that out. Facts and results. And then the actual trade. You want the actual trades? Oh my god, get fucked. Get fucked. Oh, what a nightmare that's gonna be. Well, if we can create the trades, then we can create tax sim results. I don't want to convert it to a trade type because then we need entry and exit time, and we're not going to have all that, and I don't want to aggregate it up. So we got to think around that. Got a bug bite back there or something. We're almost there. We're discovering the strategies. Now we just got to record them. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, dude. Craving carne asada fries. That's probably going to happen later. Oh, yeah. Okay. You can create trade like objects and compute similar stats. But like, yeah, if we don't generate the trades, or if we don't have the trades, then we're not going to have our nice tidy little screen that shows all of the individual returns and how long each trade took and so on and so forth. Oof. Well, you could pull that data out of the database if you recorded all of the uh, tax sim IDs, which we do. So we have all the tax sim IDs. we could just record some top line stats and then include the tax sim IDs and collect those and convert those for each strategy. So instead of recording the trades redundantly, we would just be recording that these tax sim IDs are associated with this trade or with this strategy. Yeah, that'd work. And then you can stitch those back together pretty easily. Yeah. Yeah. We're getting there. God, it's already been 6 hours? Whoa. Getting a lot done. All right, yeah, that's really cool, man. So we're discovering strategies, and notice how we're discovering like 10 and not like 3,800. Because like it's only considering variations that have like significant differences between them. And since we only have like 30 some odd trades to work with, there's not a whole lot of variations there that actually significantly change the contents of, the trades being evaluated. So, like, if we were considering adding a rule to a strategy to sort of explore all possible variations, if that rule doesn't affect 10 trades, like a minimum number of trades, then we just, whatever. It's not a statistically significant change, right? We can't know that it's the rule as opposed to just random chance, right? So you kind of want to focus on the rules that make big changes and then seeing if that actually affects the performance. So this is pretty cool. So that's super fast, right? Super fast. Even though it returns null and whatnot. It's super fast. Let's see. How fast does recursive disco do the jam when we run infer stratagem? Yeah, basically instant. Basically instantaneous strategy discovery. That's pretty cool. Whereas previously it would take a minute to compute 300 permutations of like 9 mutually exclusive contexts. So like all of the variations that it was trying don't actually change anything, but it would still exhaustively try them all. With this approach, we're only trying ones that are worthy of consideration, and all of the hard correlation, all of the hard ETL work is done by a single SQL query. That is 11,555 characters long, but it gets the job done. So now we'll just submit the pull request. Right. I know, right? Oh yeah, you want to see the super query? It's a big chunky boy. Look at this. So we use Python to build the query, right? But this is the compiled query. It's 320 something lines long, 11,555 characters. But it spits out the finalized ETL for the inference algorithm. So then all we have to do is deserialize it and run it through the inference. Yeah, a lot of nesting. But, the finished result is nice and clean, and you got this nice little bit of JSON with the important metadata in it, and then you can run that through the strategy inference algorithm, and boom. It's pretty cool. So yeah, we have that. We have this over here in production, where we just have to do a little string replace on the search space ID and fire it. Bam, good to go. Then we deserialize the results and push them through our inference algorithm, and then out pops all the significant strategy variations nearly instantly. And this is like way, 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 way faster. Well, we're running this particular query on SQLite. I think eventually we'll scale beyond that, and we'll probably run it on something like QuestDB or ClickHouse. Because we might even keep it DuckDB. No, wait, we ran into the problem with DuckDB on strategy databases because DuckDB doesn't handle those like relations very well. I forgot what the rule was. But it was giving us headaches. How big is the SQLite database? Well, right now it's pretty small, but I can imagine it getting very big very quickly. Let's say single-digit gigabytes by the end of next year with compression. We're using SQL to create the permutations. We are using SQL to roll up the state changes into time spans, and then using those time spans to label all of the signals. So yeah, the context, the regime models, they either say on or off. So we go ahead and roll those up into on states with start and stop times. And then we run the signals through that to see how we should tag each signal. So then we figure out which contexts apply to which signal. And then we attach the tactical simulation results from each tactic that we pair with each signal. And that gives us the trade results attached to the signals for each TAC-SIM pair and all of the context labels. Yeah, I would say these are permutations. Yeah. That was the bulk of the work. Except when we did it in Java, we were just doing all of the permutations like without knowledge if there were going to be a significant number of trades. So it was like purely exhaustive, brute force. With this one, we sort of have a short list of which contexts actually matter, which ones actually interact, and that really narrows the focus a lot. I like it. I like it. Are we all committed up? Yeah. All right. We are getting there, gang. We are getting there. So that's strategy discovery refactored. Now we just got to get it saved into the database. But it's a total format change. So should we convert it to the old format, or should we just refactor to save it in the new format? I'm thinking we refactor to save it in the new format, and we'll just update our front-end application accordingly. We should still be able to port everything over. I think it's just that we oversimplify the trades. So the trades don't have start and stop times anymore. So they don't really have a sequence or an order. Oh wait, no, they have signal times. So yeah, I guess there's that. So there would only be time and return. Interesting. Oh yeah, while we were aggregating the data, we figured out why the strategies we were discovering weren't making any money, even in the best of times. See, our tactic, well, we were kind of off by 1 cent on our target profit. So the cost was always exactly equal to the return. Because remember, that's the one that tries to make the smallest possible trade. We just kind of slightly miscalculated how small is the smallest. You know, we'll fix it later. What's up, Does? All right, so super query in production, new disco, functional. We just gotta get it to retain what it learns. But it is learning effectively. Learning, growing. It's getting smarter every day. Weird. I think that's because above average trading volume and extreme trading volume overlap almost completely. Oh yeah, there was one last rule I wanted to implement, which was that if two strategies have identical trades, like identical sets of resultant trades, then we should always prefer the simpler one. Like if one has 4 rules and one has 3 rules, then we should prefer the one with 3 rules if they have identical trades. Otherwise, there's no way to tell between them, right? So just always throw away the more complicated one. Make a note of that. Occam's razor, yeah, the simpler explanation tends to be the right one, all right? Yes, excellent. Yes. Meow, meow, meow. It's Thursday, right? Thursday. Thursday. Banana. Banana. I was debating if I wanted more coffee. Chat, what's on your weekend agenda, yo? What do you got going on? What's popping tomorrow? You know, what's hot? Coming to America, all right. What for? It's an off-site. Please tell me it's in Vegas. Come on, Vegas, Vegas, baby. Woo! Damn it. I was checking out the room rates, and I can get a room at the Link for like $10 a night for Sunday through Wednesday. Like, which is a really great deal, but unfortunately, the resort fee is $50 a night. So you're actually paying like $60 to $75 a night, which is not such a good deal. So then you think you're getting a week at a hotel for $100, and then they give you a bill for $300. See, yeah, $10 a night, that's the scam. Is yeah, the room is $10 a night. The resort is $50 a night. Gotcha, bitch. You wouldn't want to risk getting charged with defrauding an innkeeper, would you? Where did you get that? Oh, I checked the room rates for the Las Vegas Strip. If you just go to like hotels.google.com, or you just go to like maps.google, you can see it. Yeah, there's always some bullshit. Yeah. So the thing is that hotels.com and the booking services, they get a percentage of the room rate. So that's why they invented the resort fee. So they don't have to share the lion's share of the hotel fee with the booking service. So this effectively defrauds the customer, because you are paying one deal up front, and then when you get to the hotel, they hit you with another bill for 3 times the size. Now, I do believe that they have been ruled illegal, and now you have to advertise the whole rate up front, including the fees. But no one's doing that yet because no one's been sued yet, even though the law is passed. What's up, Trade Quest? How you doing? How's life? Let's see. Why is this unhappy? Oh, because discovered strategy trades. Yeah. Yeah. Volatile. Yeah, that's what they say. Chat. What's up? Playing that Balaltro, huh? Yeah, I hear it's wicked addictive. Yeah, I think this is bad code. Yeah, that's a little wonky. I see what it's trying to do here. That's a little wonky. So we're trying to implement like a one last filter. Oh, what did I break up here? We're trying to implement one last filter so that if two discovered strategies produce exactly the same trades, it'll prefer the simpler one, the one with the simpler rule set. But yeah, I think Claude took a crap. I think Claude failed us here. Anyway, we finished my banana. Hmm. Yep. What's up, chap? Pardon-moi. Well, I'm pretty happy that we got the strategy discovery algorithm to be nearly instantaneous. I think I'm going to have to refactor how we actually store discovered strategies before that's going to work with me. All I really need to change is instead of saving trades, we need to save like kind of like a proto trade. It's like a trade summary. Because previously we sort of had a one-to-one relationship with trading opportunities and the trades that were produced. But we since realized that in some cases we might have trading tactics that generate multiple trades or trade multiple instruments for each opportunity. Like, say, if a strategy wanted to long the SPY and short Bitcoin when it sees a particular anomaly happen between the two of them, right? It would actually be producing two trades, but we'd want to evaluate it as one trade, right? Sort of like a net return, right? So anyhow, so now we're not looking at individual trades that have start times and end times and durations. Now we're sort of looking at this is the result of how a tactic performed on this opportunity rolled up into one return and one cost number. This is what the return was. This is how much it cost to generate it. Hmm. Okay, so we'll have a new discovered strategy. We'll sort of overwrite here. Before we do that, basically just copy, except we'll call you like a proto or a summary trade summary, opportunity summary. I mean, we have the time from the signal, so we can put a timestamp in there. Right. So yeah, we'll just override that, plug in our own thing. Okay, yeah, we can scrap this for now. We'll rewrite it when we have all our types in. Simulation ID in here? Oh, fuck. We'll get it in there. We'll retcon that fucker in there. There we go. No. No. Oh, fucker. All right. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, it wants position size and all that. Okay, so yeah, it's definitely not going to be a trade. We're going to have to do our own thing here. It's gross, it's hacky, I'm not happy about it. Don't judge me. It has to be done, okay? Okay. All right. Now we should be done with strategy discovery, except for the part where we add them to a database. Oh yeah, and the part where we select the simpler one. We'll skip that for now. We'll put that in later. Gosh. Don't do that. I'm trying to test my code. Go. I'm trying to test it in production. Go. All right, yeah, there's our 10 strats. Not bad. Yay! Hey, thanks, Kamert. Thanks for the Primogen, man. Appreciate it. All right, looks like this goes working with stats and all. All right, so now we just have to refactor how we're saving what we find into the database, and then we'll probably need to tweak our front end code a little bit. Actually, if we just make sure everything has the same JSON objects on the REST API endpoints, it should be fine. We'll just blank out a field or two, and then we'll update the front end after we blank out some fields. brief overview of the algorithm we're building. Well, we have built a platform for discovering trading strategies. So it's like an algorithm for creating algorithms. And we just finished with an upgrade, or mostly finished with an upgrade that makes it much, much, much faster, nearly instantaneous, which is great. Okay. So that's kind of the last carrot there is add strategies, and the strategies table needs to be refactored for the new formats. And yeah, we should have, oh sweet, we don't need these anymore. Get rid of the old code. We'll keep that. Yeah, I guess we don't need any of these because now we're doing everything behind the scenes in SQL. Sweet, that drastically cleans a lot of stuff up. Anything else? Nice. Okay, so the strategy, discovered strategy object, we need to pull that up because we're going to use that to override the one in core until such time as we can push that back down to core. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Should be an interesting opportunity to delete that. Yeah, we were thinking that you don't have to save the actual trades, you just have to save like the tactical simulation result IDs, and then you can pull those in through another super query. Probably best to save them individually. Eh. Eh. What do you think, chat? Yeah. Eager to see it function? Yeah, me too. I mean, we've already seen live trading function. We just don't have anything exciting to trade. So it'll be really great when we have some like cool kick-ass strategies, to kick around. That'd be awesome. All right, we'll be there. We're getting there. Now that we can do big data strategy discovery with this upgrade, we can throw like everything we can think of at it and it won't be like super slow. We should be able to start churning through ideas pretty quickly. God, 208 warnings on this one piece of code. On this one class. It's huge. It's a behemoth. All right. You rich yet? No, not yet. We're getting there. Just getting everything ready for the next batch here. I'm thinking I can have Claude do all the heavy lifting, even though it's a shitload of code. So strategies is the only thing changing. Right. Eek. All right, let's see. Oh, cool. Excited to see how your tool works out there, Mr. Couture. Well, I think think I'm gonna wrap it up here for today, and I think I'm gonna go out for kind of an early dinner, and yeah, then come home and wrap this up, and we should have strategy discovery back up and running tomorrow morning. I think we're gonna raid out to Lana Lux here today, and that's gonna be it for me. So don't miss tomorrow's stream, everybody. We should be right back to basically just going to throw every component that we've built so far at Discovery and stress test it and see how it works. It should be great. And no more of these giant bushes of meaningless strategies, right? So it should only be distinct discoveries from now on. So yeah, we're going to raid out to Lana Lux, return the favor from the last couple of weeks, and hopefully she'll be there for us tomorrow. Because, yeah, that's all for me, folks. Y'all take it easy, all right?